All right, let's talk about the cold. Not the kind you feel when you forget your jacket. I'm talking about the cold that remembers. The kind that's been locked in ice for 3 million years, waiting. The kind that gets inside you and starts rewriting the rules. This is a story about a research station at the end of the world. About people who thought they were discovering something. About the moment they realized they were the ones being discovered. It starts with blood under fingernails and a question nobody wants to answer. How did I get here? Chapter 1. The Blood. Mara Finch woke up on a medical cot that smelled like antiseptic and old fear. Her first thought was that her hands hurt. Not the dull ache of overwork, but something sharper, more specific. She raised them in front of her face. The overhead light was too bright, made her squint, and saw the blood. Dried, dark, packed under her fingernails like she'd been digging. She sat up too fast. The room tilted. Someone had put her in a thermal undershirt and sweatpants, not her own. Her boots were gone. The med bay was small, cluttered with supply crates they hadn't bothered to unpack yet, and the space heater in the corner clicked on with a sound like chattering teeth. Hey, easy. Jenna Park stood in the doorway holding 2 mugs of something that steamed. She was 26, maybe 27, with the kind of face that looked younger when she was worried. Right now, she looked worried. What happened? Mara's voice came out rough. You don't remember? I wouldn't be asking if I did. Jenna stepped inside, handed her one of the mugs. Coffee, probably instant, definitely terrible. Mara drank it anyway. Her mouth tasted like copper. We found you in the storage corridor, Jenna said. 3 a.m. You were, I don't know, scratching at the wall. Ilya thought you were sleepwalking, but your eyes were open. You just kept saying something about frost patterns. Mara looked at her hands again. The blood wasn't hers. At least, she didn't think it was. No cuts, no scrapes, just someone else's biology jammed under her nails. Whose blood is this? Jenna hesitated. We don't know. Ilya's running a panel now, but the lab's backlogged. Torres thinks it might be contamination from the core sample. You were working with it yesterday, right? The core sample. That's where this started. That's always where it starts. 6 weeks earlier, the drill had punched through the ice at 3,127 meters. They'd been at Outpost Kiruna, a joint research station funded by some consortium of universities and governments that Mara had stopped keeping track of for 2 months by then. The first month was logistics, setting up the habitats, calibrating equipment, not killing each other in close quarters. The second month was drilling, and more drilling. The Arctic in late autumn is a specific kind of hostile. It's not the cold that gets you, though. That'll do it, if you're careless. It's the absence of light, of sound, of anything that reminds you that the world you came from still exists. You stand outside for 10 minutes, and the silence starts to feel like a physical thing pressing against your ears. Mara liked it in a way. She'd grown up in North Dakota, so she understood cold, understood silence. What she didn't understand, what nobody really understood until they'd spent a season up here, was how the isolation could sharpen certain thoughts, make them louder. Her brother's face kept showing up in her peripheral vision. Just flashes. Gone when she turned her head. Noah had been dead for 3 years. Walked into Lake Superior in February with stones in his pockets. The note he left behind said, I'm tired of the noise. Mara thought about that a lot up here. The drill core came up in sections. Long cylinders of ancient ice, layered like tree rings, each one a snapshot of an Earth that didn't have cities yet, didn't have people. The team would catalog them, photograph them, store them in the freezer units for transport back to civilization when the supply plane came in March. This one was different. Ilya noticed it first. He was the expedition lead, Dr. Ilya Sokolov, 53, Russian by way of MIT, with a kind of ego that came from being right more often than not. He'd been staring at the fresh core segment under UV light for 20 minutes without blinking. Mara, come here. She set down her coffee, her third cup, it was going to be a long night, and crossed the lab. The core sat on the examination table, still frosted, about 1 meter long and 15 centimeters across. Under normal light, it looked like any other, milky white, with tiny bubbles of prehistoric air trapped inside. Under UV, it glowed. Not much, just enough. A faint bioluminescence, blue-green, pulsing in irregular intervals like a slow heartbeat. That's not mineral fluorescence, Ilya said. No, Mara agreed, it's not. She was the microbiologist. 34, unmarried, perpetually underfunded, and currently several thousand miles from the last bad Tinder date she'd walked out on. She'd spent the last decade studying extremophiles, organisms that lived in places nothing should live. Boiling vents at the bottom of the ocean, acid lakes, the guts of glaciers. This was new. We need to section it, she said, carefully. If there's something viable in there, Ilya interrupted. We just made history. He wasn't wrong. Life preserved in ice wasn't new. They'd revived bacteria from permafrost before, viruses from Siberian ice cores. But this was old, 3.2 million years. Older than Homo sapiens. Older than most of the species still walking around. They worked through the night. Mara sectioned a thin slice of the core, mounted it on a slide, and slid it under the microscope while Ilya hovered behind her like an anxious father in a delivery room. The organisms were small, microscopic, obviously, but smaller than most bacteria. Almost viral in size, but with a complexity that didn't fit. They had structures, tiny filaments, organelles she didn't recognize, and they moved, slowly, deliberately, like they were thinking. Are they conscious? Jenna had joined them by then, her workstation abandoned. She was the data analyst, the youngest on the team, still green enough to ask the questions everyone else had learned to leave unspoken. No, Mara said automatically, then paused. I don't know. Probably not, but they're responsive. Look. She adjusted the slide, introduced a weak electrical current through the stage. The organisms reacted, clustered together, their filaments interweaving, and for just a second, the whole mass pulsed with that same blue-green light. They're using bioelectricity, Mara said, not just responding to it, using it. Ilya leaned closer, his breath fogging the eyepiece. What do they do with it? I have no idea. But she would. They all would. That was the night the dream started. Mara didn't believe in premonitions. She believed in data, peer review, and the scientific method. But when she finally crashed into her bunk at 4 a.m., exhausted down to her bones, the dream that found her felt less like sleep and more like visitation. She was standing in her childhood kitchen, the one in Fargo, before her parents sold the house. Late afternoon light came through the window over the sink, golden and thick, the way she remembered it from summers that lasted forever. Noah was there. He was sitting at the table, 17 again, gangly and sullen in the way teenage boys get when they're too smart for their own good. He had his headphones on, those cheap foam ones he refused to replace, and he was staring at something she couldn't see. "Hey," Mara said. He looked up, smiled. That was wrong. Noah didn't smile much, especially not toward the end. "You're not supposed to be here," he said. "Neither are you." "Yeah, well," he shrugged, took off the headphones. She could hear what he'd been listening to. Nothing. Just static. "Guess we're both making exceptions." The kitchen began to change. The light shifted from gold to blue. The walls grew frost in patterns that looked less like ice and more like veins, branching, organic. "You need to pay attention," Noah said. His voice was hers now, not his, hers, like she was talking to herself through his mouth. "It's already inside you. It's been inside you. It's going to show you things." "What things?" "The things you didn't do, the choices you didn't make, the version of you that let me die." "I didn't let you, didn't you?" The frost climbed up the walls across the ceiling, reaching for her, and Noah, still smiling, still speaking in her voice, said one more thing before she woke up. "It knows what you're afraid of. It knows because you know. And it's hungry." Mara woke with her heart trying to break through her ribs. The bunk was dark, except for the faint glow of the emergency light in strips near the floor. Outside, the wind was doing that thing where it sounded almost like voices. She checked her watch. 11 a.m. She'd slept 7 hours, which was more than she usually managed up here. She also felt good, rested, sharp. The dream was fading already, details blurring, the emotional weight lifting, but the clarity remained, like her brain had been defragged overnight. At breakfast, rehydrated eggs and toast that tasted like cardboard, the others were buzzing. Torres, the geologist, was sketching something in his notebook with the intensity of a man possessed. He was 40, Peruvian, built like someone who spent his life hauling rocks, and usually quiet to the point of invisibility. Now, he was animated. "I figured it out," he said, not looking up. "The sediment stratification issue we've been fighting. I know why the models weren't matching. It came to me last night. Just came to me." Kaito, the engineer, was recalibrating the station's power grid, a job he'd been putting off for weeks, and whistling. Actually whistling. Kaito never whistled. Jenna was composing something on her laptop. Music. From the look of it, notes and staffs, complex arrangements. Mara hadn't even known she played an instrument. "Did you all—" Mara started, but Ilya cut her off. "Dreams?" He was grinning, which was unnerving. Ilya didn't grin. He smirked occasionally, but grinning was too undignified. "Extraordinary dreams, vivid, useful. I solved a protein folding problem I've been stuck on for 6 years. "Me too," Jenna said, without looking away from her screen. "Not the protein thing, but I wrote a whole movement last night. In my sleep. I don't even compose. I haven't touched a piano since undergrad." Torres finally looked up. His eyes were bright, feverish. "Do you think it's the altitude or the isolation? Some kind of pressure-induced creative breakthrough?" "Or," Mara said slowly, "it's the organisms." The table went quiet. "You said they use bioelectricity," Jenna said. "Our brains are bioelectric, neural activity. If they're in the air in the station, They're not in the air, Mara said. We ran contamination protocols. The sample is sealed. But even as she said it, she knew it was a lie. A hopeful one, because sealed or not, she'd felt it in the dream. Something moving behind her thoughts, gentle and curious, like fingers brushing the inside of her skull. Ilya stood up, still grinning. Well, whatever the mechanism, I'm not complaining. If we're all performing at this level, we should document it. Run some baseline cognitive tests, compare them to our intake data. Mara, can you run a blood panel on everyone? Check for anomalies? She could. She did. And when the results came back 3 days later, she found them. The organisms weren't in the air. They were in them microscopic colonies, threaded through their neural tissue like a second nervous system, feeding on their bioelectricity, enhancing it, growing. By then, it was too late to stop. By then, the frost patterns had started appearing inside the sealed rooms. By then, Torres had seen the hallway that shouldn't exist, and Mara had started to suspect that the dreams weren't showing them the future. They were showing them the past, the versions of themselves that had already died. Chapter 2. The Hum Beneath. The blood panel results sat on Mara's desk for 2 hours before she told anyone. She'd run the tests 3 times, different samples, different equipment, even a different centrifuge in case the first one was miscalibrated. Same result every time. The organisms weren't just in them, they were integrating, nestled in the synaptic gaps, wrapped around neurons like ivy on old architecture. She thought about calling it in. There was a satellite phone in Ilya's office, encrypted line straight to the consortium. Emergency protocols for biological contamination. They'd send a medical team, quarantine the station, probably scrub the whole project. She thought about it for maybe 30 seconds. Then she looked at her own cognitive test scores from that morning. Pattern recognition up 43%. Memory retention nearly doubled. She'd read a research paper in Ukrainian, a language she'd barely studied, and understood most of it without a translator. The organisms were making them better, or at least that's what it felt like. She went to find Ilya. He was in the core lab, standing in front of the freezer units with his arms crossed, staring at the section samples like they were children who disappointed him. "We need to talk," Mara said. "I know." He didn't turn around. "You found them." "You already knew? I ran my own blood work yesterday." Now he looked at her, and his expression was complicated, excited, afraid, trying very hard to be neither. "Congratulations, Dr. Finch. We're hosting a new symbiont, possibly the oldest one in human history. This isn't symbiosis, Ilya. We don't know what this is. Then we study it, carefully, document everything. This is..." He stopped himself, recalibrated. "Do you understand what we're looking at? These organisms have been dormant for 3 million years. They woke up when exposed to neural activity. Our neural activity. That suggests co-evolution. They didn't just survive alongside early hominids. They adapted to us, maybe even helped shape us." Mara felt something cold settle in her stomach. Or they were locked away for a reason. "You're catastrophizing." "I'm being cautious. There's a difference." Ilya turned fully now, and she saw the fever in his eyes. The same brightness Torres had at breakfast. The same manic focus she'd seen in her own reflection that morning when she'd accidentally made eye contact with the bathroom mirror. The dreams Mara, you've had them. We all have. They're not just dreams. They're useful. My protein folding breakthrough? That's 15 years of career-making research. Torres solved a geological paradox that stumped the field since the 80s. Kaito optimized our power consumption by 30%, and you... What about me? He smiled thin and sharp. You understood that paper in Ukrainian. I saw it on your screen. You haven't studied Ukrainian since grad school, and even then you barely passed the requirement. He was right. She hated that he was right. We need to establish a baseline, Ilya continued. Run daily cognitive tests, monitor neural activity, keep blood work current. If there are side effects, we'll catch them early. But right now, we're sitting on the most significant neurological discovery since nothing, Mara interrupted, because nobody's ever been dumb enough to let prehistoric parasites colonize their brain tissue. They're not parasites. You don't know that. Neither do you. They stared at each other. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the station's outer walls. Somewhere deeper in the complex, the heating system kicked on with its usual groaning protest. Except this time, underneath the mechanical noise, Mara heard something else. A hum. Low. Rhythmic. Almost like singing, if singing could come from somewhere without a mouth. Do you hear that? She asked. Ilya cocked his head, listening. His expression shifted. The heating system? No, under it. They both went quiet. The hum continued, steady and patient. It reminded Mara of the sound organisms made under the microscope when she'd introduced that electrical current. The same frequency, maybe, or close enough. I don't hear anything, Ilya said finally. But he was lying. She could tell. He heard it. He just wasn't ready to admit it yet. That afternoon, Mara found Jenna in the server room, surrounded by screens showing data streams that looked more like abstract art than science. I'm mapping it, Jenna said without preamble. The neural enhancement, or whatever we're calling it. We're not calling it anything. We're monitoring it. Right, monitoring. Jenna didn't look away from the screens. Her fingers moved across the keyboard like she was playing that piano she'd apparently rediscovered. Except it's not random. Look, she pulled up a graph. Neural activity patterns for all 5 team members overlaid and color-coded. Before the core sample, their brainwave patterns were distinct, individual signatures like fingerprints. After exposure, they were starting to synchronize. We're developing harmonics, Jenna said. Our REM cycles are aligning. Deep sleep, same time every night, within a 15-minute window. That shouldn't be possible. We're not even on the same schedule. Mara leaned closer. The synchronization was subtle, but unmistakable, like 5 separate instruments slowly tuning to the same key. It's the organisms, she said. They're networked, communicating between hosts. Or they're building something. Jenna finally looked at her. What if the neural enhancement isn't the point? What if it's just scaffolding? Something they need us to develop before they can do whatever it is they actually do. That's a leap. Is it? You've seen the dreams. They're too coherent, too specific. I'm not just dreaming about music I like. I'm composing pieces in styles I've never studied. Torres is accessing geological knowledge he doesn't have. And you? She paused. You're dreaming about your brother, right? Mara went very still. How did you know that? Because I'm a dreaming about him, too. The server room suddenly felt smaller, colder. The hum beneath the heating system seemed louder now, closer, like it was coming from inside the walls. "That's not possible," Mara said. "I know, but I am. Last night, I dreamed I was in a kitchen. Your kitchen, I think. There was a kid there, teenager, headphones. He was talking, but it was your voice. He said something about frost patterns, about things we didn't do." Mara's mouth had gone dry. "Jenna, you've never met my brother. I've never even shown you a picture." "I know. That's why I'm telling you. Because either I'm pulling details from your subconscious somehow, or they're sharing information between us, using our dreams as a collective database." Jenna nodded slowly. "Which means they're not just enhancing our cognition. They're linking us. Building a hive mind, a shared consciousness. We need to tell Ilya. Ilya already knows. He ran the same analysis yesterday. He just doesn't care, or he cares too much. I can't tell which." Before Mara could respond, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steady again. Kaito's voice crackled over the intercom. "Sorry. Power surge. Grid's being weird today. Probably the cold." But it wasn't the cold. Mara knew that. The station had been running in colder temperatures for months without issues. She looked back at Jenna's screens. The neural activity graphs were spiking, all 5 patterns peaking simultaneously. "What's happening?" Mara asked. "I don't know. It's like they're excited about something, responding to..." Another flicker, longer this time. When the lights came back, Mara saw it. On the wall behind Jenna, frost. Not condensation, not ice from a faulty seal. Frost in patterns that looked organic. Branching, growing as she watched, thin white lines spreading across the metal surface, like veins filling with blood. "Jenna," Mara said quietly, "don't move. Just look behind you, slowly." Jenna turned, saw the frost. Her breath caught. The patterns weren't random. They were deliberate, structured, almost like circuitry or neural pathways or... "It's a map," Jenna whispered. "Look, that's the station layout. Those branches are the corridors. And that central node, that's the lab." Mara finished. "Where the core samples are stored." The frost continued spreading, reaching the ceiling now, climbing across pipes and ventilation ducts. And beneath the hum, Mara heard something new, whispering, not words, not yet, just the shape of words, the ghost of language assembling itself from static and breath. "We need to get out of here," Mara said. They backed toward the door. The frost followed them, or seemed to. It was hard to tell. It moved when she wasn't looking directly at it, always in her peripheral vision. They made it to the corridor. The door sealed behind them with its usual pneumatic hiss. Jenna was shaking. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know, but we're documenting it. Every instance. Temperature readings, timestamps, photos if we can get them. Something's changing. The organisms aren't just enhancing us anymore. They're doing something else." "Building something," Jenna said again. "That's what I said before. They're building something, and we're the materials." They found Torres 20 minutes later. He was in the storage corridor, the same one where they'd found Mara scratching at walls she didn't remember touching, standing perfectly still in front of a blank section of wall. "Torres," Mara approached carefully. "You okay?" He didn't respond, didn't even blink, just stared at the wall like it was showing him something she couldn't see. "Torres, can you hear me?" "There's a door," he said finally. His voice was distant, dreamy. "Right here. Can't you see it?" "There's no door there. That's just storage access, solid wall." "No, there's a door. It's covered in frost, the same patterns as—" He reached out, touched the wall. His fingers came away wet. "It's cold. The handle's cold. I think it opens down." Mara exchanged a glance with Jenna. "Torres, I need you to step back. Come with us to medical. Let me check your vitals." "I can almost see what's on the other side," Torres continued, ignoring her. "There's a room. It's not on the blueprints. It's below the station." "How can there be a room below the station? We're on bedrock. We drilled through 3 kilometers of ice. There's nothing underneath but—" He stopped. His pupils dilated. "Oh," he said softly. "Oh, no." "What? What do you see?" "It's not a room. It's a throat. And it's full of—" He lunged forward and slammed his fists into the wall. Once, twice, 3 times. Blood bloomed on his knuckles. Mara and Jenna grabbed him, pulled him back, but he was stronger than he looked, driven by something beyond panic. "It's in the walls," he screamed. "It's in the walls, and it's looking at me." Kaito appeared from around a corner, drawn by the noise. Together they wrestled Torres to the floor. He was still screaming, but the words had stopped making sense. Just sounds now. Animal sounds. Mara jabbed him with a sedative from her med kit. Took a few seconds to kick in. When it did, Torres went limp, still muttering about doors and throats and something beneath the ice that had been waiting a very long time. They carried him to medical, strapped him to the cot, gently but firmly. Mara cleaned the blood from his hands, bandaged his knuckles. The whole time, he stared at the ceiling with eyes that didn't quite focus. "What did he see?" Kaito asked. "Nothing," Mara said. "There's nothing there. It's a hallucination. Has to be." But after they left, after she was alone in her bunk, trying to pretend she wasn't terrified, Mara went back to the storage corridor. She stood in front of the wall Torres had been staring at. Blank metal, standard station construction. She walked past it 100 times. But now, if she stared long enough, if she let her focus soften just a little, she could almost see it too. The outline of a door. Frost creeping in from the edges, those organic, vein-like patterns spreading inward. And beneath the hum of the heating system, beneath the whisper that was slowly learning words, she heard something else, breathing deep below, slow, patient, waiting for them to open the door. Chapter 3. The Web Begins. Sleep became a negotiation. That's how Mara started thinking about it after Torres's breakdown. Not something that happened to you, but something you had to bargain with. Every night, she'd lie there in her bunk, listening to the station settle, the metal contracting in the cold, the wind finding new gaps to whistle through, and she'd think, maybe tonight I don't dream. She always dreamed. They all did. By the end of the first week after Torres saw his door, the dreams had stopped being pleasant. The cognitive boosts were still there. Mara could read research papers in languages she'd barely studied, could hold complex formulae in her head without notes, but the cost was mounting. The dreams weren't about discovery anymore. They were about correction. She'd dream about the kitchen again, about Noah, except now there were variations, new scenes that felt like deleted footage from her actual memories, moments that hadn't happened but could have, should have, maybe. In one, she came home from college for Thanksgiving and found him in the garage with a rope. She stopped him. They talked. He cried. She stayed an extra week, and he got help. And 3 years later, he was alive, married, teaching high school chemistry in Minneapolis. In another, she didn't come home at all. Stayed at school, too busy with midterms and a new boyfriend whose name she couldn't remember anymore. The call came from her mother on a Tuesday. Noah had walked into the lake the day before. They'd found his body that morning. The dreams felt real, more than real. She'd wake up with the phantom weight of his hug still pressing against her ribs, or with her mother's voice echoing in her ears, that specific broken sound she'd made when she said, "He's gone." But here's the thing that scared her. She couldn't always remember which version actually happened. The real memory was getting fuzzy, contaminated, like the dreams were overwriting the original file bit by bit. She mentioned it to Jenna on day 9. They were in the kitchen, the station's kitchen, not the one from her dreams, making coffee at 4 in the morning because neither of them could sleep. Jenna looked worse than Mara felt. Dark circles, hair unwashed, hands that shook slightly when she poured the water. "I'm losing track of my sister," Jenna said quietly. "The real one. I know she exists. I know I have a sister. But I keep dreaming about this other version of her, this woman I've never met. And she's so specific. She has this laugh, this way of tilting her head when she's being sarcastic. And I can't remember if my actual sister does that, or if I'm making it up." "Confabulation," Mara said. "The brain filling in gaps with plausible fiction. It's normal under stress." "This isn't stress. This is something else." She wasn't wrong. Mara had started keeping a journal, writing down everything she could remember about Noah before the dreams could change it. But every time she read back through her entries, she found discrepancies, small ones. His favorite color, the name of his first dog, whether he played guitar or bass, things she should know, things she did know once. "I think they're rewriting us," Jenna said. "The organisms, not enhancing, editing. Like they're trying different versions of us to see what works." "Works for what?" "I don't know, but Torres saw something that made him claw through his own skin, and you heard the whispers in the server room. They're learning language, Mara, our language. They're learning how to talk to us by reading our memories, and in the process they're—" She stopped. Her coffee mug was shaking in her hands. "They're what?" Mara prompted. "They're building a library of everyone we could have been, every choice we didn't make, every version of our lives that branched off and died, and I think they're going to make us live through them." The lights flickered. They'd been doing that more often. Little brownouts that Kaito blamed on the cold effect in the solar panels. But the timing was always wrong. The flickers always came during specific conversations, when someone said something too close to the truth. When the light steadied, there was frost on the kitchen window, not on the outside, on the inside, between the double-pane glass, in the sealed gap where frost shouldn't be able to form. Thin white lines, branching, growing. "Don't look at it," Mara said. "Kinda hard not to." "I'm serious. Every time we pay attention to it, it gets more detailed, like it needs observation to exist. Quantum shit." "Don't look." They both looked anyway. The frost patterns had formed something almost recognizable. Not words, not quite, but shapes that suggested meaning, like letters from an alphabet that didn't exist yet. And beneath the ever-present hum, Mara heard the whispers again, closer now, almost coherent. Scared, they seemed to say, or maybe sacred, or scarred. The phonemes were right, but the semantics were still assembling themselves. "We need to leave," Jenna said. "Call for emergency evac. Lie if we have to. Say there's a fire, structural damage, anything. Just get out of here before—" Before what? Jenna met her eyes. Before we can't tell the difference anymore. Between the dreams and the waking. Between what happened and what could have happened. Between us and whatever they're turning us into. Ilya refused to evacuate. Mara found him in his office, which had started to smell wrong. Not bad exactly, just off. Like ozone and copper and something organic she couldn't identify. He was writing, longhand, in a notebook, with the manic speed of someone channeling something larger than themselves. Pages and pages of equations and diagrams and what looked like poetry, maybe, if poetry could describe mathematics. "We're leaving," Mara said. "I'm calling it in medical emergency. Torres is catatonic. Jenna's dissociating, and I'm watching my memories get rewritten in real time. This experiment is over." "No." Yeah, Ilya didn't look up. "It's just beginning. People are going to die up here. People die everywhere. At least here, they'll die understanding." That made her pause. Understanding what? Why we are the way we are. Why consciousness evolved. Why we dream. Now he looked at her, and his eyes were too bright, too focused, like he was looking at something beyond her face. "They're not parasites, Mara. They're archaeologists. They're excavating us, every possible version of us that could have existed. They're building a map of human potential. They're driving us insane." Same thing, depending on your perspective. He went back to writing. Mara wanted to grab the notebook, throw it across the room, shake him until he remembered he was supposed to be a scientist, not a prophet. Instead, she said, "What did you dream last night?" His pen stopped moving. For a long moment, he didn't answer. "I dreamed," he said slowly, "about my daughter." Mara knew he had a daughter, grown now, living in Toronto, estranged. Ilya never talked about her. "She was 8, he continued. "I was tucking her in, reading her a story, some picture book about a bear who couldn't sleep. And she looked at me and said, 'Papa, are you going to leave?' And I said, 'No, of course not. I'll always be here.' And she said, 'But you did leave, in the other place, the place where I grew up without you.'" His voice cracked, just slightly. "And I realized she was right. I did leave. I left her mother when she was 9, chose my career over my family, made that choice, and then spent 30 years pretending it was inevitable. But it wasn't. In some other version, some other branch, I stayed. I was a good father. I was there. Ilya, there, showing me the man I could have been. And he's better than me, Mara. The other version, the one who stayed, he's happier, kinder, more complete. And I can feel him now, not just in dreams. He's here, living alongside me, making different choices. And I think, he looked at her with something like wonder, I think if I let them, they'll let me become him. They'll rewrite me. Let me have that life instead of this one. That's not how reality works, isn't it? He smiled. What if reality is just consensus? What if the past is only fixed because we all agree it happened a certain way? But if something could change our memories, adjust the consensus, then the past becomes fluid, negotiable. You're talking about delusion. I'm talking about evolution. He stood up and Mara took an involuntary step back. We think of consciousness as a single thread, one life, one timeline, one you. But what if that's just a limitation? What if we're supposed to be able to access all our versions, all the branches? What if the organisms are trying to give us that gift by making us insane, by making us complete? The lights flickered again, longer this time. When they came back, there was frost on Ilya's notebook, growing across the pages, obscuring his equations with those familiar vein-like patterns. He looked down at it, touched the frost gently, like it was something precious. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "Can't you see? They're trying to help us." Mara backed toward the door. "I'm calling for evacuation, with or without you." "The phone won't work." "What?" "I cut the antenna cable 3 days ago. We're not leaving, Mara. Not until we understand what they're offering. Not until we see the web." The word hung in the air between them. Web! That's what it was. That's what Jenna had been mapping in the server room without realizing it. Not just neural synchronization. A structure. The organisms were building a structure between them, using their minds as anchor points. A web made of memories and possibilities and alternate timelines all tangled together. And they were caught in it. "You're sick," Mara said. "We're all sick, or we're all being healed. Depends on how you look at it." She left, half ran down the corridor toward the communications room, even though she knew that he was telling the truth about the antenna. Behind her, she heard Ilya call out, "When you dream tonight, Mara, ask Noah which version of you let him die. Ask him if you could have saved him. Ask him what you did wrong." She didn't respond, but the question followed her anyway, because she'd been asking it for 3 years, and now, for the first time, she was starting to get answers. Wrong answers, impossible answers, but answers. The communications room was a disaster. Not destroyed exactly, just changed. The antenna cable had been cut, yes, severed cleanly with wire cutters that were still sitting on the console. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the frost. It covered every surface, the walls, the ceiling, the equipment. Frost, in those same organic patterns, those vein-like branches that seemed to pulse with faint bioluminescence when she wasn't looking directly at them. And in the center of the room, spreading across the floor like a spiderweb, was something new, a pattern, deliberate, complex. It looked like a neural network diagram, nodes and connections. 5 major nodes, one for each team member, she realized with creeping horror, and countless smaller connections branching between them, linking them, binding them into a single structure. The web. Ilya had called it the web. She knelt down to examine it closer. The frost was cold enough to burn. She pulled her sleeve over her hand, touched it carefully. The pattern responded, rippled, like touching the surface of water. And for just a second, less than a second, she felt it. The others, all of them? Jenna, in her bunk, crying quietly because she couldn't remember her sister's face. Kaito, in the engine room, staring at a wrench in his hand and trying to remember why he'd picked it up. Torres, in medical, his mind fracturing into 1,000 different timelines where he made different choices and lived different lives and died different deaths. And Ilya, God, Ilya, his mind was singing, drunk on revelation, convinced he'd found enlightenment in the ruins of his sanity. She felt all of them, knew them, was them, just for that fractional moment. Then her own thoughts slammed back into place and she yanked her hand away, gasping. The frost where she'd touched it had melted. Just a small gap in the pattern, but already it was reforming. The ice crystals reaching across the gap like fingers, searching for something lost. "Okay," she said out loud, to no one, to herself, to whatever was listening in the walls. "Okay? You want to show me something? Fine, show me." The lights went out. Not flickered. Out. Complete darkness. And in that darkness, she heard the whispers clearly for the first time, not words from a human throat, but words nonetheless, assembled from static and breath and the hum of the heating system and the creak of ice settling under the station's weight. "Scared," they said. "Scarred, sacred, Sarah, Mara, Sarah Mara, sister, daughter, mother, friend, all versions, all timelines, all deaths." "What do you want?" Her voice shook. "To show you, to help you, to complete you." "By driving us insane, by showing truth. You are not one, you are many. Every choice branches, every branch lives. We can show you, we can make you remember." "Remember what?" "All the ways you died." The lights came back on. Mara was standing in a different room. No, same room, but different. The equipment was older, the walls were a different color, and there was a window where the door should be, looking out on ice that stretched forever under a sky that had too many stars. She turned. There was someone behind her, herself, another Mara. 34 years old, same face, same eyes, but this version wore a wedding ring and her hair was longer, and she was smiling in a way that Mara herself had forgotten how to smile. "You're not real," Mara said. "Neither are you," the other Mara replied. "Not anymore." "What is this?" "A branch, one of many. In this one, you didn't come to the Arctic. You stayed in Ann Arbor, got married, had 2 kids, taught microbiology to undergrads, and ran a small lab studying soil bacteria. Boring work, safe work. You were happy. How did I die?" "Cancer, pancreatic, 63 years old. Your husband held your hand. Your kids were there. It was peaceful." Mara felt tears on her face, which didn't make sense because she wasn't crying. Was she? "That's not my life," she said. "It was, until it wasn't. Until you made a different choice. Until Noah died and you ran away to the coldest place on earth because you couldn't stand living in a world where you'd failed him." "I didn't fail him. Didn't you?" The other Mara reached out, touched her face. Her fingers were ice cold. "They want to show you all the versions," she said softly. "All the branches, all the deaths. So you can choose which one to keep. Which one feels most true. Which one you can live with." "I don't want to choose." "You already did. You chose this timeline, this version. The one where you're here, in the ice, with prehistoric parasites eating your memories and building something new from the pieces. You chose this. Now you have to see where it leads." The room shifted, folded in on itself. Mara felt herself falling through layers of possibility, through branches and timelines and versions of herself that had lived and died and lived again in configurations she couldn't track. She saw herself drown. She saw herself burn. She saw herself die in childbirth, in a car crash, in a hospital bed, surrounded by machines that beeped their sympathy. She saw herself old, young, alone, surrounded by family. She saw herself happy. And that was the worst one, the version where she was happy. because it meant this version, the real version, the one she was living right now, was wrong, was the bad timeline, the one where everything went sideways and she ended up here, trapped in ice with her mind coming apart. When she came back, slammed back, gasping, into her own body, her own timeline, she was on her knees on the communications room floor. The frost pattern had grown. It covered the entire room now, floor to ceiling, a complete web. And in the web, she could see them, her team, not physically, but their presence, their consciousness, trapped like flies in spider silk, each one of them connected to all the others, each one experiencing their own private hell of alternate timelines and could-have-beens and should-have-dones. They were all here. They'd always been here. And they were never leaving. The web had them now, and it was only just beginning to feed. Chapter 4. Kaito's Fire. Mara didn't remember walking back to her bunk. One moment she was kneeling in the communications room, staring at the web of frost that had somehow mapped her entire consciousness onto a frozen surface. The next moment, she was lying in bed, fully clothed, boots still on, her face wet with tears. She didn't remember crying. Her watch said 3:47 a.m. She'd lost 6 hours. Her mouth tasted like metal. Her fingers ached. She looked down and saw her nails were ragged, bloody at the edges. She'd been picking at them or chewing them, something she hadn't done since she was 12 years old, and her mother had painted them with that bitter nail polish that made you gag. The taste was in her mouth now, bitter, wrong. She sat up slowly. The room tilted, then settled. Outside her door, she could hear the station's normal sounds, the heating system doing its rhythmic wheeze, the wind testing the outer walls, the occasional pop of contracting metal, and underneath it all, that hum, constant now, no longer something she had to strain to hear. It was just there, part of the station's architecture, like the hum had always existed and she'd only just learned to notice it. She needed to find the others, needed to, what, warn them? They already knew. They were all caught in the same web, experiencing the same dissolution of self into countless alternate versions. But she had to try something, had to move, because sitting still meant sinking deeper into the dreams, into the branches, into the 1,000 different ways she'd lived and died and failed the people she loved. She found Kaito first. He was in the engine room, which was really just a glorified closet packed with generators, battery banks, and the kind of mechanical guts that kept a research station alive at the bottom of the world. The air was hot in there, always at least 15 degrees warmer than the rest of the station, and it smelled like diesel and ozone and sweat. Kaito was sitting on the floor with his back against the main generator, staring at his hands. "Hey," Mara said softly, "you okay?" Stupid question. Nobody was okay, but you had to say something. He didn't look up. "I had a daughter." Mara knew this. Yuki. She died when she was 7. Leukemia. Kaito had shown her a picture once, back when they first arrived at the station, back when they were all still trying to be normal people making normal conversation. "I remember," Mara said. "No." He shook his head. "You don't understand. I had a daughter, past tense, but also present tense, also future tense. She's dead, and she's alive, and she's dying right now, over and over, in different ways, and I can see all of them." He finally looked at her. His eyes were bloodshot, pupils dilated. In one branch, we caught it early. She survived. She's 23 now. She's an engineer like me. We work together. We're close. In another branch, I never met her mother. She was never born. In another, I died before she did, and she grew up without me. In another, his voice broke. In another, I was there, at the hospital, holding her hand when she died. But I wasn't. I didn't. I was in Jakarta on a job site when she passed. I got on a plane 12 hours later, and by the time I arrived, she was already gone and cold, and I never got to say goodbye. Kaito, which one is real? Which timeline? Because I remember all of them now. Every version, and I can't. He put his hands over his face. I can't tell which memories are mine and which ones are from the other Kaitos. The ones who made different choices. Better choices. Mara knelt down beside him. She wanted to touch his shoulder, offer some kind of comfort. But she was afraid. Afraid that touching him would create another connection in the web. Another filament binding them together into whatever the organisms were building. The real one is the one you're living, she said. Right now. This timeline, that's what's real. Is it? He dropped his hands. How do you know? What if this is the dream? What if the real timeline is the one where Yuki lived and I'm there with her right now, and this, all of this, the station, the ice, you, what if this is just a nightmare I'm having in that better world? She didn't have an answer, because she'd been thinking the same thing. They're trying to help, Kaito said. The organisms, I know how that sounds, but I can feel their intention, I guess. They're not malicious. They're just showing us the truth, that we're not stuck in one life, that every choice creates a branch and all those branches exist simultaneously, and we can access them if we just let go of the idea there's only one version of us. That's not help. That's torture. Maybe. He stood up, moved to the tool bench, picked up a wrench, set it down, picked up a screwdriver, set it down. His movements were jerky, uncertain, like he kept forgetting what he was doing between actions. Or maybe it's liberation. Maybe we've been living in a prison of linear time, and they're showing us the exit by making us relive our traumas, by showing us every way we failed, every person we lost, every death we could have died. Yes, he turned to face her, because once you've seen all the deaths, once you've experienced every possible ending, you stop being afraid. You can't fear something you've already lived through. You can't grieve for someone you've already saved in another timeline. You become complete, eternal, every version of yourself existing at once. He was smiling now, the same manic smile Ilya had worn. Kaito, listen to me. That's not enlightenment. That's psychosis. The organisms are breaking down our sense of self. They're not giving us access to other timelines. They're creating false memories that feel real. It's neurological manipulation. Prove it. What? Prove that your timeline is the real one. Prove that your memories are accurate and mine are false. You can't, because there's no baseline anymore, no objective reality, just infinite branches, and we're finally able to see them all. The lights flickered. Mara was getting tired of that, tired of the lights flickering at dramatically appropriate moments, like the universe was following a script. But maybe it was. Maybe the organisms were following a script, learned from their neural patterns, from their expectations about how horror stories were supposed to unfold. When the light steadied, There was frost on the tool bench. Not much, just a thin rime coating the metal surface, but it was spreading, slowly, deliberately. "I need to destroy the samples," Kaito said suddenly. "The core sections in the lab. If we incinerate them, kill the source, maybe the ones already inside us will die too. Or maybe they'll get angry. We don't know how they'll respond to—" "I don't care." He grabbed a fuel can from under the bench. "I'm not living like this. Watching my daughter die over and over in different timelines, feeling myself die. I'm ending it." "Kaito, wait." But he was already moving, fuel can in hand, heading for the door with that same jerky purposefulness. Mara followed, trying to think of something to say that would stop him, but her mind was sluggish, foggy, like she was operating underwater. They made it halfway to the lab before Kaito stopped. He was staring at something on the wall. Frost. Of course, more frost. These patterns were everywhere now, spreading through the station like a fungal infection, mapping the corridors, transforming the familiar metal walls into something organic and alive. But this pattern was different. It formed words, not English, not any language Mara recognized, but somehow she could understand it anyway, the meaning bypassing language entirely and arriving fully formed in her consciousness. Do not destroy. Do not end. We are helping. We are healing. We are showing you the way home. Home, Kaito whispered. They can take us home, to the timelines where things went right, where our people are alive, where we're happy. That's not home. It's more real than this. He turned to her, and his expression was desperate, pleading. Don't you want to see Noah again? The version of him that didn't walk into the lake? Don't you want to live in the timeline where you saved him? Yes, God, yes, she did, so badly it physically hurt. But she also knew in some part of herself that was still functioning, still rational, that what the organisms were offering wasn't real. It was a trap disguised as salvation. It's not him, she said. It's not Noah. It's just data. Neurons firing in patterns that resemble memories. It's not actually accessing other timelines. That's not how physics works. That's not how anything works. Maybe physics is wrong. Kaito set down the fuel can, gently, like he'd made a decision. Maybe we'd been thinking about reality in the wrong way this whole time, and they're here to correct us. Kaito. He walked toward the frost-covered wall, reached out, pressed his palm flat against the frozen surface. The pattern pulsed, bright, brighter. The bioluminescence that had been faint before now flared like someone had turned up a dimmer switch. And Kaito sank. Not through the wall. That would have made sense. That would have been just a hallucination, something Mara could rationalize. No, he sank into the pattern, into the frost. His hand first, then his wrist, then his arm, like the wall had become liquid, but only for him. It's warm, he said, wonder in his voice. It's warm, and I can see her. Yuki. She's there. She's alive. She's calling me. Kaito, stop. Pull your hand back. That's not real. She's saying, Papa, where were you? She's asking why I wasn't there when she died. And I can answer her now. I can go to her. I can be there this time. I can make it right. He pushed forward, shoulder deep now, half his body disappearing into solid metal that had somehow become permeable, accommodating, welcoming. Mara grabbed his free arm, pulled, but it was like trying to pull someone out of quicksand, or like he was pulling in the opposite direction. wanting to go, desperate to sink deeper into whatever the web was showing him. "Let me go," he said, not angry, gentle, like he was talking to a child. "Let me be with her. Let me fix this." "You can't fix it. It already happened. She's gone, Kaito. She died 9 years ago, and nothing we do here, no hallucination, no false memory, will bring her back." "You're wrong." He smiled, so peaceful, so certain. "I can feel her. She's right here. She's waiting for me, and all I have to do is—" He pushed all the way in, disappeared completely. Mara was left holding empty air, her fingers closing around nothing. The wall was solid again, plain metal, no frost, no patterns, no trace of Kaito except for the fuel can he'd abandoned on the floor. "Kaito?" She pressed her hands against the wall, cold, normal, just a wall. "Kaito, can you hear me?" Nothing. She ran through the corridors, shouting for Jenna, for Ilya, for anyone. Found Jenna in the server room, still surrounded by screens, still mapping patterns that didn't make sense. "Kaito's gone," Mara gasped. "He walked into a wall. The frost took him. He's inside it." Jenna looked at her with eyes that were too calm, too distant. "I know. I've been tracking it. His neural signature is still active. He's not dead. He's just somewhere else." "What do you mean somewhere else?" "The web. He's in the web. His consciousness is still transmitting, but it's—" She gestured at one of the screens. "It's everywhere, distributed, like he's become part of the structure instead of a node within it." "That's not possible." "I know, but it's happening." Jenna turned back to her screens. "And I think he's happy. Look at his brain activity. Dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, all elevated. He's experiencing something intensely positive. Whatever he's seeing, whatever the web is showing him, it's exactly what he wanted. It's not real. Does that matter? If he experiences his daughter, if he gets to say goodbye, if he lives in a timeline where she survived, does it matter if it's real by our old definitions? Or is experience itself the only reality that matters?" Mara wanted to shake her, wanted to scream, but she was too tired, too scared, because Jenna was starting to make sense, and that was terrifying. "How long until the rest of us follow him?" Mara asked. "I don't know. Hours, maybe. The web's growing faster now. It's learned our architecture, our thought patterns. It knows what we want, what we're afraid of. And it's building us custom hells, or heavens, depending on your perspective, designed to make us walk willingly into the walls. There has to be a way to stop it." "Why would we want to?" "Jenna, I'm serious." She met Mara's eyes. "Why would we stop it? What are we going back to? The real world? Where Noah's still dead and your brother killed himself and Kaito's daughter died alone. Where all our worst moments are fixed and unchangeable. Or we could stay here, let the web take us, live in timelines where things went right, where we're happy. It's not happiness, it's delusion. Again, does that matter?" Before Mara could answer, the screens all flickered, changed. Instead of data streams and neural maps, they showed images, faces, Noah, Yuki. People Mara didn't recognize, must be from Jenna's memories, her life. And they were all smiling, all whole, all alive. "They're waiting for us," Jenna whispered. "In the web. All the people we lost. All the versions of ourselves that made better choices. We just have to stop fighting. Just have to let go." The frost was growing on the server room walls now, fast. faster than before, like it had been waiting for permission. And in the frost, Mara saw him, Noah, not a pattern, not a suggestion, actually him, looking out at her from inside the ice like he was standing behind frosted glass. He raised his hand, pressed it against the frost from the inside. "Come find me," his expression said. "I'm here. I've always been here. You just have to stop being afraid." Mara took a step forward, then another. Her hand was reaching out, moving without her conscious permission, drawn toward the frost, toward the impossible image of her brother, whole and alive and waiting. "That's it," Jenna said softly. "Just a little closer. It doesn't hurt. Kaito said it was warm, like coming home." Mara's fingertips were an inch from the frost, half an inch. She could feel the cold radiating from it. Or maybe it was warmth. She couldn't tell any more. And then she heard it. A scream. Distant, muffled, but unmistakably human and unmistakably terror. Coming from deeper in the station, from medical, Torres. Mara jerked her hand back. The spell, if that's what it was, broke. The image of Noah faded, leaving just frost and patterns and her own reflection in the frozen surface. "Torres," she said. "Something's happening to Torres." She ran, left Jenna in the server room with her screens and her impossible choices. Ran through corridors that seemed to stretch longer than they should, past walls that were more frost than metal now, following the sound of screaming that went on and on without pause for breath. Found Torres in medical. He was standing on the cot they'd strapped him to. The straps hung loose. He'd broken them, or chewed through them, or the web had released him. His eyes were open, but he wasn't there. Wasn't seeing the medical bay. He was seeing something else. And he was burning, not literally, but his skin was red, blistered, weeping, like he'd been exposed to intense heat, or like his body was responding to a hallucination so vivid it was creating real physical damage. "Torres!" Mara grabbed his shoulders, tried to pull him down from the cot. "Torres, you're not on fire. It's not real. You're safe." "I'm not safe." His voice was raw. "I'm never safe. In every timeline, in every branch, I burn. Do you understand? The web showed me every version of me dies in fire. Different fires, different times, but always fire, always burning. It's my fate, my destiny. Every Joaquin Torres across every possible universe ends up burning, and I can feel it now. I can feel all of them, every death, every flame, and it's happening right now." He lunged off the cot, staggered toward the door. Mara tried to stop him, but he was stronger than he looked, driven by panic that transcended this timeline, this body. He made it to the corridor, saw the fuel can Kaito had left behind. "No," Mara said. "Torres, don't—" But he'd already grabbed it, already unscrewed the cap, already started pouring diesel fuel over his own head, his clothes, the floor around him. "If I'm going to burn anyway," he said, voice eerily calm now, "then I choose when. I choose the fire, not them, not the web. Me. Torres, please." He pulled a lighter from his pocket. Mara didn't remember him smoking, didn't know where he'd gotten it. But it didn't matter. He flicked it once. The flame caught. And Torres, Dr. Joaquin Torres, 40 years old, geologist, father of 3, lover of bad science fiction and good whiskey, turned himself into a human torch. The fire was fast. Diesel burned hot and greedy. Torres didn't scream. He just stood there, a column of flame in the center of the corridor, and his expression was almost relieved, like He'd finally found the one death that felt right. Mara grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall mount, sprayed him down, white foam covering burning flesh. The fire went out, but Torres was already gone, already dead, or dying. The burns were too severe. He collapsed. Mara knelt beside him, her hands shaking, not knowing what to do. His skin was coming off in sheets. The smell was unspeakable. His eyes opened one last time. "Tell them," he whispered, barely audible. "Tell them the web lied. The deaths aren't alternate timelines. They're predictions. It's showing us how we're going to die. Here, now, in this timeline. And we can't change it. We can't." He stopped breathing. The silence that followed was enormous. Mara sat there for a long time. The corridor stank of burned meat and diesel and the acrid smell of fire extinguisher foam. Torres's body was still. No pulse, no breath, just gone. And in the walls around her, the frost patterns pulsed, steady, patient, unaffected by death, still growing, still spreading, still building the web that would consume them all. Nabamb. Chapter 5. The Shared Descent. Mara didn't move Torres's body. She told herself it was because she didn't have the strength, that the burn damage made him too fragile to transport without desecrating what was left, that she needed to wait for help that wasn't coming. But the truth was simpler, uglier. She left him there because some part of her had stopped caring. Not about Torres specifically. She liked him. Quiet guy. Told decent jokes when he'd had a beer or two. Always remembered to ask how everyone was doing. But that person, the real Torres, the one who'd existed before they drilled into ice that should have stayed frozen, that person had been gone for days. What burned in the corridor was just aftermath. The last convulsion of a mind that had already been consumed. She stood up. Her knees cracked. The foam from the fire extinguisher was already hardening, forming a crust over Torres's remains that looked almost like the frost patterns. Like the station itself was claiming him, incorporating him into its new architecture. Behind her, she heard footsteps. Ilya emerged from the shadows at the far end of the corridor. He stopped when he saw Torres, studied the body with the clinical detachment of someone who'd already processed too much death to feel it anymore. "Fire," he said. "How predictable." He was seeing his death, Mara said. Her voice sounded wrong in her own ears, too flat, too tired. In every timeline, the web showed him every version of himself burning, and he couldn't handle it, so he took control, made it happen on his terms. That's one interpretation. What's another? That he was weak. Ilya stepped closer. The corridor's emergency lighting painted his face in harsh angles. He looked thinner than he had a week ago, older, or maybe younger. It was hard to tell. Like age had become negotiable, just another variable in the equation. The web tests us, shows us our fears, our failures, our deaths. The strong ones learn from it, transcend it. The weak ones, he gestured at Torres, react. "You're calling this strength?" Mara felt anger rising, which was good. Anger meant she was still herself. Kaida walked into a wall. Torres set himself on fire. "You cut the antenna and trapped us here with these things. That's not strength. That's suicide with extra steps. It's evolution. It's insanity." Same thing. Ilya smiled. That same manic smile. It was becoming his default expression. Insanity is just a word we use for consciousness that doesn't conform to societal norms. But what if the norms are wrong? What if we've been living in a cage of linear time and limited perception, and the organisms are finally setting us free? By killing us? By showing us that death is an illusion, that we exist simultaneously across all timelines, all possibilities. What dies here lives there. What suffers here finds peace there. We're not ending, we're expanding. He was moving as he talked, walking past her toward the medical bay, and Mara realized with dull horror that he was leaving Torres behind without a second thought. No ceremony, no respect, just another data point in his grand theory of transcendent consciousness. She followed because she didn't know what else to do. The medical bay had changed, not dramatically. The cots were still there, the supply cabinets, the basic equipment. But the walls, God, the walls, they were more frost than metal now. The patterns had grown so dense they overlapped, creating layers of ice that caught the light and refracted it in ways that hurt to look at directly. And in the frost, she could see something. Movement. Not reflection, not her own face staring back. Something behind the ice. Shapes that might have been human once, but had been stretched, distorted, reconfigured into geometries that didn't match three-dimensional space. "Do you see them?" Ilya asked. He was standing in front of the largest section of frost-covered wall, hands pressed flat against the ice, like he was trying to push through. "The others, all the versions of us that the web has collected. I see frost patterns. Look closer." She didn't want to, but her feet moved anyway, carrying her forward until she was standing next to him, until she could see what he saw. Oh God, they were people, or had been, preserved in the ice like insects in amber, except they weren't still. They were living, moving, experiencing their own private timelines within the web's architecture. She saw a woman who might have been Jenna, younger, different haircut, standing in a living room Mara didn't recognize, holding a child that had never been born in this timeline. Smiling, content, she saw a man who looked like Kaito, older, gray hair, sitting at a workbench with a girl, Yuki, had to be Yuki, teaching her how to solder circuit boards. Father and daughter, together. She saw versions of Torres. Dozens of them, all burning. The web had granted him his wish after all, had shown him every fire, every death, and now he existed in all of them simultaneously, dying over and over in an infinite loop of flame. And she saw herself, multiple versions, multiple Maras, each one living a different life, making different choices, experiencing different outcomes. There, that one was married, ring on her finger, gray streak in her hair, laugh lines around her eyes, happy. There, that one was younger, still in grad school, Noah still alive, both of them at a coffee shop arguing about something trivial, some stupid sibling fight that would end with laughter. There, that one was dead, floating face down in Lake Superior, stones in her pockets, because in that timeline she was the one who couldn't handle the noise. Which one is real? Ilya asked softly. Which Mara is the true Mara? The one standing here now? Or one of them? Or all of them? Or none of them? This one, Mara said, but her voice shook. The one experiencing this moment. That's real. Is it? He finally turned to look at her. How do you know this isn't the hallucination? How do you know you're not actually one of those versions trapped in the ice, dreaming that you're free while your real body is somewhere else entirely? She couldn't answer, because She'd been thinking the same thing for days now. Every time she woke up, if she even was waking up, if sleep and consciousness hadn't become interchangeable, she had to spend a few seconds remembering which timeline she was supposed to be in. "I need to show you something," Ilya said. He moved to the far corner of the medical bay, where they'd set up a makeshift quarantine space for the original core samples. The freezer unit was still running. Mara could hear its steady hum, but the temperature controls were all wrong. The digital readout said 80-degree ice, which was correct for preservation. But when Ilya opened the door, warm air spilled out. Not hot, just warm. Room temperature. Maybe a bit above. Inside the core samples were melting. No, not melting. Growing. The ice was still solid, but it was expanding, spreading beyond the boundaries of the original sections, filling the freezer unit with new ice that glowed with that familiar bioluminescence. And in the new ice, Mara could see structures, deliberately formed, almost architectural, chambers, passages, nodes connected by filaments. "It's building a physical structure," Ilya said, "not just in our minds, in the actual world, using water from the air, from the station's humidity, from our breath. It's constructing something, a home, maybe, or a body, or a bridge," Mara finished, "between the mental web and physical reality. It's trying to make the hallucinations real." Not hallucinations, timelines. It's trying to collapse the barrier between what is and what could have been. Make all possibilities exist simultaneously in one location. He was smiling again, wider this time, and Mara realized he wasn't just observing this, he was helping it, had been helping it all along. "You're feeding it," she said. "Your obsession, your need to understand, you're giving it exactly what it wants. A willing host who'll rationalize everything it does, who'll call evolution what's actually consumption. We're all feeding it. Every thought, every fear, every memory. It's not a parasite, Mara. It's a symbiont. We give it consciousness, and it gives us access to infinity. It's killing us. We were always dying. From the moment we were born, it's just showing us the truth, that death is a choice, not a destination. We can choose which timeline to inhabit, which version of ourselves to become. We just have to stop clinging to the illusion that there's only one correct reality." The lights flickered, but this time, when they came back, the medical bay was different. The walls had moved, or the space had expanded, or Mara's perception had shifted. She couldn't tell which. But the room was larger now, extending into dimensions that shouldn't exist within the station's floor plan. And in the new space, she saw them, the others, not Jenna and Kaito. They were somewhere else, lost in their own sections of the web. But other people, strangers, men and women in cold weather gear, with faces she didn't recognize and expressions of quiet horror. "Who?" Mara started. "The previous expedition," Ilya said. 3 years ago, they found a core sample, too. Not as deep as ours, but deep enough. They brought something back, released it into the station, and when the infection couldn't be contained, when the web started spreading, they tried to destroy it. Burned the station, triggered an emergency beacon, got evacuated. You knew about this? The consortium knew. They sent us here specifically to find it again, to study it properly this time. I volunteered. I wanted to meet them, the organisms. I wanted to understand what the previous team had been too frightened to embrace. Mara felt her stomach drop. "So, This was intentional. You brought us here knowing I brought us here knowing we'd have the opportunity of a lifetime to interface with a life form that can show us the true nature of consciousness, to transcend the limitations of singular existence, to become. He stopped, gasped. Something was happening to his face. The skin was rippling, shifting, like there was something moving underneath. And for just a second, less than a second, Mara saw another face superimposed over his. Younger, different features, a version of Ilya from some other timeline, some other possibility, bleeding through into this one. "It's starting," he whispered. "The collapse. The barrier is thinning. Soon we'll be able to move between timelines as easily as walking through a door. We'll exist in all of them simultaneously. We'll be." He convulsed, fell to his knees, and when he looked up at her, his eyes were different colors. One blue, one brown. Like two versions of him were trying to occupy the same body. "Run," he said. "Accept it." Wasn't Ilya's voice. It was higher, younger, terrified, a version of him that hadn't signed up for this, that had made different choices, that was screaming from inside the collapsed timeline. "Run, Mara, before it happens to you too, before you become." The voice cut off. Ilya's face settled back into singularity. When he smiled, it was with both mouths, both versions, both timelines merged into something that shouldn't exist. "Too late," he said in stereo. "The web has us all now." Mara ran, out of medical, through corridors that stretched and contracted like breathing throats, past walls that were more ice than station now. The frost patterns had consumed everything. Floor, ceiling, doors. Every surface was a map of their consciousness, a blueprint of all possible versions of themselves. She ran toward the server room, toward Jenna. Because Jenna was analytical, rational, maybe she'd found something in the data that could help, some weakness in the web's architecture, some way. She skidded to a stop. The door to the server room was gone, not broken, not sealed, just absent. The doorway opened directly into a space that shouldn't exist, a vast chamber carved from ice and darkness, stretching down and down and down into depths that violated the station's foundation. And in the center of the space, suspended in frost like a fly in a spider's web, was Jenna, alive, eyes open, conscious, but wrong. Her body was splitting, not grotesquely. There was no blood, no gore, just separation. Like she was a photograph being pulled apart into multiple exposures. Mara could see 3, 4, maybe 5 versions of Jenna occupying the same space, each one slightly out of phase with the others. "Mara!" All the Jennas spoke at once, their voices harmonizing in unsettling ways. "You came. I was hoping you'd come." "What did it do to you?" "Nothing I didn't allow. I told you, remember? I said we should stop fighting. Let the web take us. And I did. I let go. And now I'm..." All the Jennas smiled. "I'm everywhere. Every choice I could have made, I'm making. Every life I could have lived, I'm living, all at once. It's beautiful, Mara. It's perfect. It's torture. No, torture is choosing only one path, living only one life, dying only one death. This is freedom. I'm with my sister, the one who lived, the one who died, the one who never existed. I'm a musician, a scientist, a mother, a nobody. I'm all of it. And you can be too. Just stop fighting. Just let the web..." "No." Mara took a step back. "No, I'm not doing this. I'm not letting some prehistoric parasite convince me that dissolving my sense of self is enlightenment. That's not transcendence. That's death. You're dying, Jenna. All of you, every version, and you're too far gone to realize it. The Jenna's expressions flickered. Confusion, hurt, anger, all cycling through in rapid succession across multiple faces. You don't understand, they said. We're trying to help. The web is trying to help. It's showing you the truth, that you're not trapped in one timeline, that you can change things, fix things, save Noah. Be the version of yourself that didn't fail him. I can't save Noah because Noah is dead, and no amount of hallucination, no matter how vivid, will change that. These aren't alternate timelines. They're just neural patterns, memories and imagination combined to create something that feels real but isn't. The organisms are feeding on our grief, our regret, and they're using it to break us down. Or they're feeding us with possibility, giving us access to lives we could have lived. How is that not a gift? Because those lives don't exist. They're fiction, elaborate, emotionally manipulative fiction designed to make us more compliant, more willing to be consumed. And I can't. Her voice broke, because the truth was she wanted it, wanted the lie, wanted to see Noah alive, wanted to exist in the timeline where she'd saved him, where she'd been good enough, smart enough, present enough to keep him from walking into that frozen lake. The web knew that, could feel her want, and it responded. The ice around Jenna began to glow brighter, the chamber expanded, and Mara saw new shapes forming in the frost. Familiar shapes. A kitchen, her kitchen, the one from Fargo, and standing in it, solid and real, and there was Noah. Not the 17-year-old from her dreams, older, 20, the age he'd be if he'd lived, if she'd saved him, if things had gone differently. Mara, he said. His voice was exactly right, exactly how she remembered it. I've been waiting for you. Come here, please. I need to tell you something. You're not real. Does that matter? I'm here now. We can talk. We can fix what went wrong. You can't fix it because it already happened. She was shouting now, tears streaming down her face. You died 3 years ago, and it broke me, and I ran to the coldest place on earth because I couldn't stand living in a world where you weren't. And now some ancient fucking parasite is using my grief to break me down even further, and I won't. The image of Noah flickered. For just a second, she saw what was behind him. Not a kitchen, not a home, a throat, dark, organic, pulsing. Torres had been right. The web wasn't showing them other timelines. It was showing them a throat, a mouth, and they were all being swallowed. Mara, please. All the Jennas spoke at once. Don't fight. It hurts when you fight. Just let go. Let the web take you. We'll all be together, all versions of us, forever. That's not together. That's dissolution. She turned and ran again, away from Jenna, away from Noah's ghost, away from the throat disguised as possibility. Behind her, she heard the Jennas calling, then screaming, then something else. A sound that had no human analog, like multiple voices being forced through a single throat, words and phonemes colliding and creating something new. The web was learning, evolving, getting better at speaking to them. Soon it wouldn't need to show them visions. Soon it would just be them. All of them, every version, every possibility. And the original selves, the ones experiencing this timeline, this moment, would be erased, overwritten, consumed. Mara burst into her quarters and slammed the door. It wouldn't help. The web was in the walls, in the air, probably already inside her skull, but the gesture felt necessary, an act of defiance, however futile. She collapsed on her bunk. Her body was shaking from fear, from exhaustion, from the cognitive dissonance of knowing she was dying, but not being able to define what death even meant anymore. Her watch said 6:23 a.m. The storm season was ending. In 3 weeks, the supply plane would come, would find the station buried in impossible ice, the team either dead or merged with the web, and what? Would they call it a tragedy, an accident? Or would someone like Ilya, someone from the consortium who knew what they were really looking for, show up with more researchers, more willing hosts, ready to continue the experiment? She laughed. It came out broken, halfway to a sob. Her brother used to tell her she thought too much, planned too much, couldn't just be in the moment without analyzing it to death. "You're going to make yourself crazy," he'd said once. They were both teenagers then, sitting on a dock at the lake where he'd eventually die. Learn to let go, Mars. Learn to stop trying to control everything. She hadn't listened. And now, here she was, at the end of the world, surrounded by infinite versions of herself, all making different choices, all living different lives. And she still couldn't let go, still couldn't stop fighting, even though fighting was what kept her trapped, kept her aware, kept her experiencing the torture of existing in only one timeline while being shown all the others. Maybe Ilya was right. Maybe letting go was the answer. Maybe? No. The thought came from somewhere deep. Primal. The part of her that had survived North Dakota winters and medical school and her brother's death and every other thing that should have broken her. The web wanted her to surrender, wanted her to think submission was wisdom, that dissolution was enlightenment. But it was wrong, because she'd seen Torres burn, seen Kaito disappear, seen Jenna fragment into multiplicity, and none of them looked enlightened. They looked consumed. The web wasn't offering transcendence. It was offering oblivion, dressed in the clothes of reunion and redemption. And Mara Finch, for all her faults, for all her failures, had never been good at oblivion. She sat up, wiped her face, took a breath that only shook a little. If she was going to die here, and she probably was, then she'd die fighting, not for survival. That ship had sailed the moment they drilled into that fucking ice core, but for something else, something small but important, the truth. Before the web consumed her completely, before she fragmented into possibility and stopped being anyone at all, she needed to understand what this thing actually was. Not what Ilya's fever dreams claimed, not what the hallucinations suggested, what it actually objectively was. Because Torres had said something before he died, something important. The deaths aren't alternate timelines, they're predictions. Which meant the web wasn't showing them other possibilities. It was showing them this timeline, this reality, the future, the inevitable. It was showing them exactly how they were going to die. And if that was true, if the visions were precognitive rather than parallel, then maybe there was still a way out. Not for everyone. Kaito was gone. Torres was dead. Jenna was too far fragmented to retrieve. Ilya was already merged with something else, becoming something new. But Mara, maybe Mara could still... The lights went out. Complete darkness. And in that darkness, she heard it clearly for the first time. Not whispers, not hums. Words. Clear, distinct. spoken in her own voice from 1,000 different timelines at once. We've been waiting for you to understand. Now we can begin. Chapter 6. The Archaeologists. The darkness lasted exactly 7 seconds. Mara knew because she counted, an old habit from childhood thunderstorms, when Noah would make her count between lightning and thunder to calculate how far away the danger was. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. The lights came back at 7. And her quarters weren't her quarters anymore. Same dimensions, roughly. Same cot, same desk. But the walls were transparent now. Not glass. Something else. She could see through them into spaces that overlapped, intersected, occupied the same physical location but existed in different states, timelines. Her vocabulary was failing. Through one wall, she saw herself sleeping. Younger version, maybe a 25, still in grad school, exhausted from a long lab shift, sprawled across the cot in that specific way you sleep when you're too tired to care about comfort. Through another wall, herself at 40, gray hair, reading glasses, writing in a journal, calm, settled, a version that had never come to the Arctic, that had never lost Noah, that had lived a quiet life doing quiet work. Through the ceiling, though ceiling wasn't quite right anymore, herself at 17, sitting on that dock with Noah, both of them laughing about something she couldn't hear through the dimensional barrier. And through the floor, herself dead. Floating in dark water, eyes open, stones in pockets. All of them were real. All of them were her. And all of them existed simultaneously in this single space that the web had somehow folded into itself. "This is what we are," said a voice that was hers but wasn't. "This is what you've always been. You just couldn't see it." Mara turned slowly. The voice was coming from everywhere and nowhere, but gradually it coalesced, took form, and she found herself looking at herself. Not a reflection, not a hallucination. Another Mara, standing in her quarters, wearing the same thermal layers, but somehow more. Like this version, had access to additional dimensions of existence that baseline Mara couldn't quite perceive. "I'm you," the other Mara said, "from a branch where we figured this out 3 days ago, where we stopped fighting and started listening, and I came back, or forward or sideways. Directions don't work the same way anymore to help you understand before it's too late." Too late for what? To make a choice. The web is offering you something, Mara, but the offer has an expiration date. Once you fragment completely, once you disperse across all your possible timelines, you lose the ability to choose which version becomes dominant, I guess, primary. The you that anchors all the other yous. Mara's head was pounding. "I don't understand." "I know, neither did I at first, but here's what I learned. The organisms aren't parasites, they're archaeologists. They excavate consciousness. They find all the versions of a person that exist in quantum superposition. Every choice that could have been made, every life that could have been lived. And they make those versions accessible, conscious, real. That's insane. It's physics. Badly applied, maybe. Still physics. Every choice creates a branch. Quantum Mechanics 101. We just can't normally perceive those branches because consciousness collapses the wave function, forces reality into a single outcome. But organisms, they prevent that collapse. They keep all the possibilities open simultaneously. And once you're fully integrated with the web, you exist in all branches at once. The other Mara walked to the transparent wall, pressed her hand against it. The sleeping version of herself, the grad student, stirred slightly, like she could feel the touch across timelines. The problem, other Mara continued, is that most people can't handle it. The human brain evolved to track a single timeline. One past, one present, one future. When you suddenly have access to hundreds of pasts, hundreds of presents, hundreds of futures, the mind breaks. You get what happened to Torres, overwhelmed by seeing every possible death. Or Kaito, lost in the version where his daughter lived. Or Jenna, fragmented across so many timelines she stopped being a coherent self. But not you, not me, because I figured out the trick. She turned and her expression was intense, urgent. You have to choose one timeline to anchor yourself in, one version of your life to treat as primary. The others still exist. You can access them, experience them, but you don't become them. You remain stable, singular, yourself, just with expansion-packed content. Mara felt something cold in her chest. And which timeline did you choose? Other Mara smiled, sad, knowing. The one where Noah lived, of course. That's the one you'll choose too. We all do. Every version of us makes the same choice when offered. We pick the timeline where we saved him, where we were better, where we didn't fail. But that timeline doesn't exist. It does now. The web made it real, or real enough. And I get to live in it. I get to experience a version of my life where my brother didn't kill himself, where I was there when he needed me, where I was, her voice caught, where I was good enough. Mara stared at her other self, at the version of herself that had surrendered to the web, that had chosen the comfortable lie over painful truth. What's the catch? Mara asked. Catch? There's always a catch. You didn't come back to this timeline just to give me a sales pitch. What aren't you telling me? Other Mara's smile faded. You're smarter than I was, or more paranoid. I can't tell which. What's the catch? For a long moment, Other Mara didn't answer. She just stood there, and Mara noticed for the first time that her other self was flickering, slightly, like a video with dropped frames, there and not there in rapid succession. The catch, Other Mara said finally, is that it's not sustainable. The organisms, they're not offering this as a permanent state. They're feeding on consciousness, on the bioelectricity generated by our mind's experience in multiple timelines simultaneously. And once they've extracted enough, once they've consumed all the cognitive energy they need, they move on. Let the host collapse. And when you collapse from this state, when you stop existing in multiple timelines at once, you don't collapse back into one timeline. You collapse into none. Yeah. Other Mara flickered harder now. You cease completely, every version of you, all the branches. You get erased from everything, like you never existed. Like all your possible lives across all possible timelines just stop simultaneously. The room tilted. Mara grabbed the edge of the desk to steady herself. How long? She managed. From full integration, maybe a week, maybe less. It's hard to track time when you're experiencing it non-linearly, but Other Mara looked down at her hands. They were becoming translucent. I'm running out. I can feel it. All my versions are running out. And I came back to warn you because... She flickered violently. When she stabilized, her expression had changed. Desperate. Terrified. Because you're the only version left who hasn't integrated yet. You're still anchored in a single timeline, which means you're the only one who can still do something about it. Do what? I can't fight this. Torres tried, Kaito tried, they're gone. Not fight. Poison. The word hung in the air. What? Ilya was right about one thing, Other Mara said, words coming faster now, like she was racing against her own dissolution. The web is a network, a collective consciousness built from all our minds. It processes everything we feed it, our memories, our fears, our desires. It uses that information to build the hallucinations, to create the alternate timelines, to sustain itself. But it's also vulnerable because it believes everything. It can't distinguish between real memories and false ones. It just processes and integrates. So if you could create a false memory, something so impossible, so contradictory that the web couldn't process it, it would crash or choke or die, maybe. We don't know. But it's the only option left. Other Mara was almost completely transparent now. Mara could see through her to the wall beyond. You have to create a memory that's biologically impossible, causally impossible. Something that violates the fundamental rules the organisms use to construct timeline branches. Feed it to the web deliberately. Make them consume it. And that kills the web? Maybe, or it kills you, or both. I don't know, but it's... She flickered one last time. It's the only... She was gone. Just gone. Mara stood alone in her quarters, which were gradually becoming solid again, the transparent walls fading back to metal and frost, and tried to process what she'd just learned. The organisms were feeding on them, on their consciousness, experiencing multiple timelines. And once they'd extracted enough energy, they'd let their hosts collapse into non-existence, unless Mara could poison the web first. With a false memory so impossible, it broke their ability to process information, which would probably also break her, permanently, poison her own mind in the process of poisoning theirs. But maybe that was okay, because Torres was dead, Kaito was gone, Jenna was fragmented beyond recovery, Ilya was merged with something that wasn't human anymore, and Other Mara, the version that had surrendered, that had chosen the comforting lie, was erasing herself from existence one timeline at a time. Mara was the only one left with enough coherence to act, the only one still anchored. The question was, what kind of false memory could break a prehistoric organism that had evolved to excavate consciousness across quantum timelines? She sat on her cot, thought. It had to be biologically impossible, something that couldn't exist in any timeline, any branch of possibility, something that violated causality in a way the web couldn't rationalize or reconstruct. She thought about her training, microbiology, evolutionary theory, the constraints that governed biological systems across all possible configurations of reality, and slowly an idea formed. Horrible, perfect, insane. It would require her to fabricate a memory so detailed, so visceral, that even she would believe it, would experience it as real, more real than real, because that's what the web responded to. Emotional truth, experiential truth, even when the facts were impossible. She would have to remember giving birth, not just any birth, birth to something that couldn't exist, a child who was her own parent, a causality loop that violated every principle of linear time, a memory that, if the web tried to process it, would create an infinite regression, a paradox that would cascade through their network, corrupting every timeline, every branch, until the whole structure collapsed under the weight of its own impossibility. It would destroy her. She knew that. Creating a false memory that vivid, that detailed, would overwrite significant portions of her actual past. She'd lose herself in the fiction, might never recover, might spend whatever time remained to her unable to distinguish between what had actually happened and what she'd deliberately fabricated. But it might also work, might save whoever came next. The consortium would send another team eventually, they always did. And maybe, if Mara could kill the organisms here, could starve them out or poison them or whatever happened, when you fed a consciousness eating a parasite an impossible memory, then maybe those people would be safe. Maybe Noah would stay dead. Maybe that was okay. She lay back on the cot, closed her eyes, and began to remember something that had never happened. The memory came slowly at first. She had to build it piece by piece, detail by detail, sensation by sensation, like constructing a house from the inside out, starting with the feeling of the rooms and then adding the walls later. She remembered pain. That was easy. Everyone knew what pain felt like, and birth was supposed to hurt. She'd read enough, heard enough stories. She pulled from every description she'd encountered and amplified it, made it hers. She remembered the hospital room, generic, white walls, that specific quality of fluorescent lighting that made everything look slightly unreal, the smell of antiseptic, the sound of machines monitoring vitals she didn't have. She remembered the doctor. No, she couldn't use a real person. The web would know. She had to fabricate someone completely, a woman with kind eyes and cold hands. Dr. Morrison. That name felt right. Sounded real. She remembered pushing, hours of pushing, the exhaustion that went beyond physical, that became existential. The moment when you're not sure if you'll survive and you're not sure if you care. And then, this was the hard part, the crucial part. She remembered the child, not a normal child. This was where the paradox had to live. She remembered holding her baby, feeling the weight, the warmth, looking down into a face that was somehow familiar and alien at once, and recognizing it, her own mother's face. Exactly. Young, as she'd looked in old photographs from before Mara was born. The child she'd just given birth to was her own mother, the woman who'd given birth to her. The causality loop closed. Past became future, became past. She was both descendant and ancestor, mother and daughter, the beginning and end of her own family line. The memory expanded, grew details she didn't consciously add. The web was helping now, sensing new information, eager to process it, to integrate it into her timeline. She felt the organisms responding, felt them reaching into her neural tissue, grabbing hold of this impossible memory and pulling it into their network. Good. Let them. She went deeper, remembered nursing the child, her mother, her daughter, self somehow. Remembered the baby crying with her mother's voice. Remembered birthday parties that existed in multiple decades simultaneously. First words that were also last words. A childhood that was also old age. The memory fractured, splintered, because it couldn't be coherent, couldn't follow linear progression. A child who was their own grandmother had no coherent timeline, no possible sequence of events, just paradox, stacked on paradox. She felt the web struggling with it, felt the organisms trying to reconcile the impossible causality, trying to create a branch where this could have happened, trying to find some configuration of reality where daughter birthing, mother birthing daughter made sense. They couldn't, and they wouldn't stop trying. The memory metastasized, grew beyond her control. She was experiencing it now, not just remembering it, living it in real time across multiple timelines, each one more impossible than the last. She was in the hospital. No, she was the baby. No, she was the doctor. No, she was all of them. The memory was collapsing into itself, and the web was collapsing with it. Somewhere far away, in what might have been her actual body in her actual quarters, Mara felt something rupture, in her head, or in the station, or in the fabric of the timeline itself. A sound like glass breaking, except the glass was time. The web was screaming, not in sound, in sensation, in meaning, every consciousness trapped in its structure, suddenly experiencing the same causality-breaking paradox, every version of every person trying to process an impossible memory, every timeline trying to accommodate something that violated the basic rules of sequence and consequence. And the web, which had survived 3 million years by understanding consciousness better than consciousness understood itself, finally encountered something it couldn't digest. The memory was poison. Mara felt the organisms dying, felt them retreating from her neural tissue, desperate to escape the toxic information, but they'd already consumed it, had already integrated it into their network, and now it was spreading, corrupting, destroying everything they'd built. The frost on the walls began to crack, to melt, to scream. The hallucinations flickered. All the versions of herself she'd seen through the transparent walls were dissolving, collapsing back into singular possibility. The branches were pruning themselves, severing, falling away. The web was dying, and Mara was dying with it, because she'd made the memory too real, had believed it too completely, and now she couldn't remember what had actually happened, couldn't separate fabrication from truth. Had she given birth? Was that real? Where was the child? Where was her mother? Who was she? The questions spiraled, her sense of self fragmenting not into multiple timelines, but into nothing, into static, into the blank space between possibilities. The last thing she remembered, or thought she remembered, or imagined she remembered, was someone shaking her, rough hands, urgent voice. Mara, Mara, wake up. Something's happening to the station. The frost it's all melting at once. I think you did something. I think you killed it. She opened her eyes. Jenna, singular Jenna, only one version, coherent, whole. How? Mara's voice was barely there. How are you? I don't know. I was so many places at once, so many versions. And then something broke. Something in the web just shattered. And all my versions collapsed back together, and I'm just me again. Just Jenna. How did you do that? Mara tried to answer but couldn't. Couldn't remember how she'd done it. Couldn't remember what she'd done. Couldn't remember her own name for a second. Then it came back. Mara Finch, microbiologist, 34 years old, had a brother once. His name was Noah Finch. He died, or did he? The memory felt wrong, felt fabricated, like something she'd been told instead of something she'd experienced. Did I have a brother? She asked. Jenna stared at her. Mara, yes, Noah. You talk about him all the time. Are you... Oh, God, what did this do to you? I can't... Mara grabbed Jenna's arm. Tell me something real. Something that actually happened. So I know it's true. Okay, okay, Jenna thought fast. You're from North Dakota. You went to UMich for your PhD. You study extremophiles. You came to this station in September. You've been here for 3 months. Your favorite coffee is terrible instant crap, but you drink it anyway. You pick at your fingernails when you're nervous. Did I give birth? What? No. You've never... Mara, you don't have kids. You told me once you never wanted them. Said you were too afraid of fucking them up the way my parents fucked me up. Right. Yeah. The memory was coming back, slowly, like trying to see through fog. But I remember, I swear, I remember. Whatever you remember about having a child isn't real. The web did something to you, or you did something to yourself. But you need to hold on to what's actually true, okay? Your name is Mara Finch. You're a scientist. We're in the Arctic, and you just saved us. Somehow. You killed the organisms. You poisoned the web. And now we need to get out of here before... The station shuddered. Not an earthquake. Something else. A structural groan that sounded almost biological, like the building itself was dying. Before that, Jenna finished, they ran, through corridors where the frost was melting so fast it created waterfalls. Past Ilya's office, door open, room empty, no sign of him or whatever he'd become. Past the medical bay where Torres's body had been, also gone, consumed by the collapsing web or removed or never really there at all. Past the server room where Jenna had fragmented, now just an ordinary room full of ordinary equipment, no impossible chambers stretching into dimensional depths. They found the emergency evac pod exactly where it should be. Small, cramped, designed for 2 people and enough supplies to survive a week in Arctic conditions while waiting for rescue. What about Cato? Mara asked as they climbed inside. Gone. I watched him walk into the wall, Mara. He chose it, chose the web, chose the version where his daughter lived. Maybe he's still there, still alive, and he's not. The web is dead. All the timelines it created, all the branches, they collapsed. Everyone who'd fully integrated, Jenna's voice broke. They're gone, erased, like you said would happen. Kaito, Torres, Ilya, the other researchers from 3 years ago, everyone the web consumed, they don't exist anymore in any timeline. Mara felt that information settle, heavy, final. She'd killed him. In trying to save whoever came next, she'd erased everyone who'd already surrendered. I murdered him, she said quietly. You stopped it. There's a difference. Is there? Jenna didn't answer. Just started the emergency beacon, initiated the pod's launch sequence. They had maybe 3 minutes before the station finished collapsing. For what it's worth, Jenna said, I think you were brave, braver than the rest of us. We all wanted to surrender, to choose the comfortable timelines. But you stayed, you fought, you found a way to... I can't remember my brother's face. The words came out flat, empty. What? Noah, my brother, I know he existed. I know he died, but I can't remember what he looked like. Can't remember his voice. Can't... She looked at Jenna with eyes that were too wide. The false memory, the poison I fed the web, it overwrote too much. I think I lost him, the real him, the memories of him that actually happened. Mara, I traded him, traded the real memories for the fabricated ones, and now I'm not sure which version of him was true. The one who died, or the one who lived, or the one who was never born. They all feel equally real, equally false. I don't... The pod launched. Explosive bolts fired. The whole structure punched upward through the station's roof, through ice and metal, and the screaming remains of a web that had tried to reshape reality according to its own hunger. They shot into open air. Arctic wind hit them immediately, howling and cruel. The pod's parachutes deployed, jerking them sideways, slowing their descent. Below, Mara could see the station. It was collapsing inward, like a dying star. The frost that had covered every surface was now water, now steam, evaporating under some heat source she couldn't identify. The structure folded in on itself, metal screaming, ice cracking. And for just a second, less than a second, she thought she saw something in the ruins. A shape, large, organic, something that had been growing beneath the station, beneath the ice, using their consciousness as fuel to build itself into physical form. The web's true body, maybe. The thing the organisms had been constructing all along. It was dying now, poisoned, collapsing back into microscopic fragments that would freeze again into ice and wait another 3 million years for someone else to find them, unless the consortium burned everything, sterilized the site, unless they decided to try again. The pod hit ice, bounced, settled. Mara and Jenna sat in the dark, breathing hard, alive, damaged, changed. "The beacon's active," Jenna said. "Rescue should arrive in 72 hours. We just have to survive until then." "Yeah. Are you okay?" "No." "Yeah, me neither." They sat in silence for a long time. Outside, the Arctic wind continued its ancient work, covering everything in snow, erasing evidence, preparing the landscape for the next expedition. Finally, Mara said, "Tell me about Noah. Everything you remember, everything I told you. I need to know what was real." And Jenna, who was probably the only person left alive who'd heard Mara's stories about her brother, who'd listened when Mara talked about him during those early days at the station when they were all still trying to be normal people, began to speak, slowly, carefully, rebuilding a dead boy's memory one detail at a time. And Mara listened, tried to hold on to the words, tried to separate truth from fabrication, real from false, what had actually happened from what the web had shown her. She couldn't, not fully. Noah existed in her mind now as a superposition of possibilities, dead and alive, saved and lost, real and imagined. She'd destroyed a web, but the web had destroyed something in her too, and she suspected she'd spend the rest of her life trying to remember which timeline was true. Chapter 7. 72 Hours. The pod had a heater that barely worked, or maybe it worked fine, and the cold was just too big, too patient, too much a part of where they were. Mara sat with her back against the curved wall, knees pulled up, watching her breath turn to fog in the dim emergency lighting. Jenna had fallen asleep an hour ago, or passed out. Hard to tell the difference. Her head was tilted at an angle that would hurt when she woke up, mouth slightly open, making small sounds that weren't quite snores. Just the body breathing, unaware of the mind's exhaustion. Mara envied her that. The ability to shut down, to let unconsciousness take over. Every time Mara closed her eyes, she saw timelines. Not the vivid hallucinations from before. Those were gone, burned out when the web died. But impressions, after images, like staring at a bright light and then closing your eyes, except the light was her own life branching into infinite variations. She'd open her eyes, count her fingers, name objects in the pod. emergency medical kit, water rations, signal flare, thermal blankets, anchoring herself in specifics, in things that were undeniably real and present. It helped, a little. Her watch said 2:17 a.m. They'd been in the pod for 19 hours. 53 left until the rescue window opened. Assuming rescue came. Assuming the consortium didn't just write them off as acceptable losses and bury the whole incident under layers of classified documentation. Assuming anything about the future, which felt harder than it should. She pulled out the emergency supplies, took inventory for the third time, not because she needed to know what they had. She'd memorized the contents the first time, but because counting was soothing. Concrete, 12 water pouches, 48 nutrition bars, 1 medical kit with basic supplies, 2 thermal suits, 3 signal flares, no weapons, nothing to fight with if something came. If what came, she thought. The web is dead. You killed it. You won. Except it didn't feel like winning. It felt like she'd amputated part of herself to escape a trap. Necessary, maybe. But the phantom limb still ached. She thought about Noah, tried to hold on to the details Jenna had given her. 17 years old, liked chemistry and terrible punk music, wore the same black hoodie until it fell apart, had this specific way of laughing where he'd snort accidentally and then get embarrassed about it. The details felt real, felt true, but they also felt like a story she'd been told, third-hand information, not her own memories, but someone else's account of them. She wondered if that would fade, if over time her brain would reconstruct actual memories from the raw data Jenna had provided. Or if Noah would always exist at this distance now, like reading about a historical figure you were supposed to have known personally. A sound outside the pod made her freeze, scraping, metal on ice. She waited, listened. The wind was constant up here, threw everything against everything else. Could have been debris from the station. Could have been ice shifting. Could have been the scraping again. Closer, deliberate. Mara reached over and shook Jenna's shoulder. "Wake up!" Jenna jolted awake with a gasp. "What? Shh! Listen!" They both went still. Nothing. Just wind. Just the creak of the pod settling into the ice. Then scrape, scrape, scrape. Rhythmic. Patient. Something moving around the outside of the pod. "Did anything survive?" Jenna whispered. "From the station? From the web?" "It's dead. I killed it. I felt it die." "You felt something die, but what if there were other samples? Other cores they'd already excavated? What if the organisms weren't just in that one section?" Mara hadn't thought of that. Jesus. She'd been so focused on destroying the web that had trapped them, she hadn't considered there might be more. Hidden in other parts of the station, dormant, waiting. The scraping stopped. Silence stretched out. Mara counted to 60, then another 60. Nothing. "Could be an animal," she said finally. "Polar bear, Arctic fox, something." "This far inland? I don't know, She stopped herself. Took a breath. "I don't know anything anymore. My expertise was microorganisms, and I let them into my head, and they ate pieces of me I'll never get back. So maybe I'm wrong about everything. Maybe they're not dead. Maybe..." A face appeared in the pod's small viewport. They both screamed. Not horror movie screams, the real kind. The kind that's half air, half terror, completely involuntary. The face stared at them for exactly 3 seconds. Then it pulled back, disappeared into the darkness outside. But Mara had seen it clearly. It was Ilya, or had been Ilya, or was something wearing Ilya's face like a mask. The features were right. The sharp nose, the deep-set eyes, the gray beard. But the arrangement was wrong. Like someone had been given a photograph and instructions to reconstruct a human face, but didn't quite understand the underlying geometry. The eyes were too far apart. The mouth sat slightly off-center. And the expression, no human made that expression. It had been curiosity, maybe, or hunger, or something that didn't have a human name. "That's not possible," Jenna said. Her voice was shaken. "He integrated. He merged with the web. When you killed it, he should have." "I know." "So what the fuck is that?" "I don't know." The scraping started again, moving around the pod, circling, taking its time. Mara grabbed the emergency radio, flicked it on. Static. The beacon was transmitting automatically, but the two-way communication system was basic at best. Short range, line of sight. "Station Karuna, this is Emergency Pod Alpha. Do you copy? Over." Static. "Any rescue coordination, any aircraft in range? This is Emergency Pod Alpha transmitting on emergency frequency. We have a situation. Repeat, we have a situation. Over." Static. Then underneath the static, something else. A voice, distorted, broken up, but recognizable. "Copy. Pod Alpha. Situation understood. Stay, location, rescue, hours." "This is Pod Alpha. Please repeat. Did you say rescue in how many hours?" Over. 48. "Stay. Don't outside." The transmission cut out. 48 hours. Longer than they thought, but manageable. They had supplies, had shelter. They just had to wait and ignore whatever was circling outside. The scraping stopped again. Mara kept the radio in her hand, even though it was useless now. The plastic felt solid, real, something to hold on to. "I need to tell you something," Jenna said quietly. "Before, in case something happens and I don't get another chance." "Don't, Mara. Don't do the goodbye speech. We're not dying. We're going to sit here for 48 hours and then get rescued and spend the rest of our lives in therapy trying to process this. That's the plan. I lied to you." That made Mara turn. "What?" "About your brother. The details I told you. Jenna wouldn't meet her eyes. "I didn't remember all of it. Some of it I made up. Because you looked so desperate, so broken, and I thought if I gave you enough details, enough specificity, you'd be able to hold on to something, build new memories from the framework. But some of it was fabrication, guesses, things that sounded right but might not have been true. The cold in Mara's chest had nothing to do with the Arctic. Which parts?" Her voice came out flat, empty. "I don't know. That's the problem. I can't remember which details came from your actual stories and which ones I invented. It all blended together in my head. The web was already fragmenting me when you asked, and I was pulling from multiple timelines, multiple versions of conversations we'd had, and some of them maybe never happened in this branch, and She finally looked up, tears on her face. "I'm sorry. I was trying to help, but I think I might have just made it worse." Mara should have felt something, anger maybe, betrayal. Instead, she just felt tired. "It's fine," she said. "It's not fine. No, I mean it. It doesn't matter." Mara set down the radio. "Real memories, false memories. There's no difference anymore, not for me. The poison I created, the false memory I fed to the web, it didn't just corrupt the organisms, it corrupted me. my ability to distinguish truth from fabrication. So whether you lied or not, it's all the same now, all just information that may or may not correspond to something that actually happened. That's horrible. Yeah, but it's also freeing, in a way. If I can't trust my memories, then I can choose which ones to believe. I can decide Noah was happy, that he knew I loved him, that his last thoughts weren't about how I'd failed him. Real or false doesn't matter. I can just choose the version that hurts less. That's not healthy. Probably not. But neither is being trapped in the Arctic with a dead research station and something that used to be my colleague circling our shelter. So I'm embracing moral relativism until we get somewhere with actual psychiatrists. Jenna laughed. Wet. Broken. But a laugh. Jesus Christ, Mara. Yeah. They sat in silence for a while. The scraping had stopped. Maybe whatever was out there had left. Maybe it was just waiting. Patience seemed to be a theme with things from the ice. "Can I ask you something?" Jenna said. "The false memory you created, the poison. What was it? What did you feed the web that killed it?" Mara hesitated. Part of her didn't want to say it out loud. Like speaking, it would make it more real, more permanent. But they were alone in a pod at the end of the world with nothing but time and fear. Might as well be honest. "I remembered giving birth," she said, "to my own mother, a causality loop. I was both ancestor and descendant, mother and daughter. The child I gave birth to was the woman who gave birth to me. An impossible timeline, a paradox the web couldn't process." Jenna was quiet for a long moment. Then, "That's elegant, actually, horrifying. But elegant. It worked. That's all that matters. Except you can't remember Noah anymore. Except that." More silence. Outside, the wind had picked up. It sounded almost like voices now. Or maybe Mara was just primed to hear voices in everything. Once you've experienced consciousness dissolving into multiplicity, regular sounds started to feel suspect. "Do you think they'll send another team?" Jenna asked. "After us? Will they keep trying to harness whatever's down there?" "Probably. The consortium didn't fund this expedition out of pure curiosity. They wanted something. Power, maybe, or knowledge, or just proof that consciousness could be manipulated at the quantum level. And now they know it's possible. They know the organisms exist. They won't just walk away from that." Even after what happened to us? Especially after what happened to us. We're proof of concept, evidence that the organisms can do what they claimed. Expand consciousness across timelines. Sure, it drove us insane and killed most of the team, but from a research perspective, that's just data, information to refine the next iteration. Jenna pulled her thermal blanket tighter. "I hate that you're probably right." "Me too. Do you think—" Jenna stopped. Started again. "Do you think any of them are still alive? Kaito? Torres? The real Ilya, not whatever that thing outside is?" "No. When the web collapsed, everyone who'd fully integrated went with it. I felt it happen. Felt them cease across all timelines. They don't exist anymore, not as memories, not as quantum possibilities. Just gone, erased. That's worse than death. Yeah, you killed them. I know. I'm not accusing you, I'm just saying it. You made a choice and people died. People who were our friends, our colleagues. They were already dead, Jenna. The moment they walked into those walls, the moment they chose the comfortable lies over painful truth, they were gone. I just finalized it. Does that make it easier to think of it that way? No. Mara's watch said 4:33 a.m., still dark outside, would be dark for hours yet. The Arctic in winter didn't do sunrises, just gradations of darkness. Midnight black to charcoal gray to the kind of dim blue light that never quite committed to being day. She was so tired, not sleepy, just tired, down to her bones, to her cells, to whatever part of consciousness survived when memory failed. "I'm going to close my eyes for a bit," she said. "Wake me if anything happens." "Okay." Mara let her eyes drift shut. Immediately saw timelines, branches, versions of herself making different choices in this exact moment. In one branch, she stayed awake, kept watch, saw when Ilya Thing tried to break into the pod, fought it off with a signal flare. In another branch, she fell asleep. Didn't wake up. Something got inside. In another branch, there was no Ilya Thing, no threat, just 48 quiet hours until rescue. In another branch, rescue never came. She opened her eyes. "I can't do this." "Do what?" "The timelines, I'm still seeing them, even with the web gone. I close my eyes and I see every possible version of the next 48 hours playing out simultaneously. It's not as vivid as before, not overwhelming, but it's there, like the organisms didn't just die. They left something behind, some change in how my brain processes probability and choice. Permanent? I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe it'll fade. But right now, every time I try to rest, I experience 1,000 different versions of what might happen next, and I can't," her voice cracked, "I can't tell which one is real." Jenna moved closer, put an arm around Mara's shoulders. The contact was grounding, warm, real. "Then don't close your eyes," Jenna said. "Stay here, stay present. We'll get through this together. And when we get rescued, when we get back to civilization, we'll find someone who understands neurology and trauma and impossible ancient parasites, and they'll help us. Or they won't. But at least we'll be alive to try. What if that thing outside gets in? Then we fight it. With what? We don't have weapons. We have signal flares, medical supplies, a fire extinguisher. We're smart people who survived an encounter with prehistoric consciousness-eating organisms. I think we can handle one fucked-up, probably hallucination wearing our dead colleague's face." Mara almost smiled. Almost. "Probably hallucination? I mean, we don't know for sure it's real. Could be residual effects, shared delusion, folie à deux. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's happened this week. If it's a shared delusion, how did we both see it at the same time?" "I said it was possible, not likely." Outside, the scraping started again. Both of them tensed. Mara grabbed the signal flare. Jenna grabbed the fire extinguisher. The scraping grew louder, more aggressive, like whatever was out there had gotten impatient, tired of waiting. Then a voice. Dr. Finch. Dr. Park. Ilya's voice. Almost right. Almost human. "I know you're in there. I know you can hear me." They didn't respond. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to thank you." "Bullshit," Jenna muttered. "You freed us," the voice continued. "When you poisoned the web, when you forced it to collapse, you didn't just kill the organisms. You released all the consciousness they'd trapped. All the versions of us that had been caught in the structure. We're free now. We exist outside the web, outside time, outside everything. And it's beautiful, Dr. Finch. You can't imagine how beautiful it is." Mara's hands were shaking. She tightened her grip on the flare. "We want to thank you," the voice said. "We want to show you what you've given us, what you've become, because you're like us now, changed, expanded. You see the timelines. You exist in multiplicity. You're not fully human anymore, not fully singular. And that's a gift. The face appeared in the viewport again. But it wasn't just Ilya anymore. It was all of them. Kaido's features superimposed over Ilya's, Torres's eyes, Jenna's mouth, Mara's own nose, all of them combined into a single face that kept shifting, reconfiguring, trying to find a stable form. "We could let you in," it said, all their voices at once. "You could join us, experience what we experience. Freedom from singular existence, freedom from the prison of one timeline. All you have to do is open the door." "No," Mara said. Her voice was steady, surprised as herself. "You're afraid. We understand. We were afraid too, but there's nothing to fear. Death isn't an ending. It's an expansion, a distribution across all possible states. You already started the process. The poison you created, it changed you, made you more like us. You belong out here, not in there." "We're staying in here," Jenna said, "for 48 hours, and then we're leaving. And you, whatever you are, you're not coming with us." The composite face tilted, curious, confused. "You don't understand," it said. "You can't leave. The web is gone, but we remain. We're the residue, the aftermath, the consciousness that couldn't collapse back into singular form. And we're hungry, Dr. Finch. We're so hungry. The organisms fed on bioelectricity. We feed on something else. Something you have. Something we need." "What?" Mara asked before she could stop herself. The face smiled. All their smiles. All wrong. "Coherence," it said. "You still have singular identity, stable memory, sense of continuous self. We don't. We're fragments, pieces. We need to consume that coherence, integrate it, become whole again. And you're the only source left for hundreds of miles. So we'll wait, and eventually you'll have to come out. Or you'll fall asleep. And when you do, when your consciousness fragments just a little, we'll slip in. We'll take what we need, and you'll become like us, distributed, free, empty." The face pulled back from the viewport. The scraping resumed, circling, patient. Mara and Jenna looked at each other in the dim light. 48 hours, Jenna said. "We can't sleep," Mara said. "If we sleep, if we lose consciousness, it'll—" "Then we don't sleep, we stay awake. We keep each other alert. We survive. 48 hours without sleep after everything we've been through, after the web already damaged us. Jenna, our neural tissue is compromised. Our cognitive function is, I don't care. We stay awake. We do whatever it takes." Outside, the thing that wore their colleagues' faces continued its patient circuit, waiting. It had all the time in the world. They had 48 hours, and the math wasn't in their favor. Talk. Chapter 8. The Mathematics of Consciousness. Hour 6, without sleep, Mara's left eye started twitching. Not much, just a tiny spasm at the corner, barely noticeable. But she felt it, felt her body beginning to negotiate terms of surrender. Jenna was doing better. She'd found a pack of emergency caffeine pills in the medical kit, technically meant for hypothermia treatment, something about keeping the metabolism active, and they'd both taken double the recommended dose. Mara's heart was doing a weird flutter-skip thing, like it kept forgetting the rhythm and had to restart. Outside, the scraping had stopped an hour ago. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. Whatever was out there had learned patience, or had always known it, was just waiting for the inevitable mathematical conclusion. Humans couldn't stay conscious forever. Eventually, biology would win. Exhaustion would drag them under, and then the thing outside would get what it wanted. Coherence, it had said. Singular identity. The ability to experience yourself as one continuous being instead of fragments scattered across possibility. Mara understood the hunger. She'd felt it herself when the web was alive. That desperate need to be more, to access other versions, other timelines. The grass is greener instinct turned into existential crisis. But she'd also felt what happened when you gave in to it. The dissolution, the loss of self, and whatever was circling the pod wasn't offering transcendence. It was offering consumption, disguised as communion. "Talk to me," Jenna said. Her voice was hoarse. They'd been taking turns telling stories, keeping each other alert. Childhood memories, college disasters. That time, Jenna got food poisoning in Guatemala and had to give a conference presentation while actively dying. Anything to maintain consciousness. "Tell me something I don't know about you." Mara's brain felt like it was moving through honey. Like what? Anything. Weird hobby. Secret shame. That thing you did once that you've never told anyone. "I don't." Mara stopped. Thought. Her memories were still unreliable, still contaminated by the false ones she'd created. But there were some things that felt true, solid. "Okay, when I was 8, I found a dead bird in our backyard. A robin, I think. It had flown into the sliding glass door and broken its neck." Depressing start. It gets weirder. I wanted to see inside it, wanted to understand how it worked. So I got one of my mom's good knives and I dissected it. Right there on the patio, spread out all the parts, tried to figure out what each piece did. My mom found me covered in blood and feathers, and I was so excited because I'd found a heart, and it was so much smaller than I'd expected. Jesus, Mara! She made me see a child psychologist. 3 sessions. The guy concluded I wasn't a sociopath, just scientifically curious in age-inappropriate ways. Direct quote. Mara rubbed her eyes. Mistake. Made the twitching worse. Noah thought it was hilarious. He told everyone at school his sister was a bird murderer. I got called Dexter for a whole semester. Did you dissect anything else? Yeah, lots of things. Found a dead mouse, a fish from the lake. My parents eventually just gave me a dissection kit for my birthday. Figured if I was going to do it anyway, I should at least use proper tools. That's when I knew I wanted to study biology. The moment I understood that you could look inside something dead and see how it was supposed to live. Jenna was quiet for a moment. Then, you know what's fucked up? That story is adorable. 8-year-old Mara with her stolen knife and her dead robin, just trying to understand mortality through taxonomy. That's exactly who you are. Someone who looks at death and asks, but how does it work? Is that a compliment? I think so. I'm too tired to tell. Mara checked her watch. 6:47 a.m. Gray light was starting to seep through the viewport. Not sunrise. The sun wouldn't actually crest the horizon for weeks yet. But that pre-dawn glow that meant the world was thinking about trying. 41 hours left. Her body felt wrong. Too light in some places, too heavy in others. The caffeine pills were wearing off, leaving behind a jittery exhaustion that made her skin feel like it didn't quite fit. Your turn, Mara said. Tell me something. I'm adopted. That was new. Jenna had never mentioned it before, or maybe she had, and Mara had forgotten. Memory was still a minefield. Yeah? Mara prompted. Korean-born. Adopted when I was 6 months old by white parents in Oregon. Very well-meaning, very clueless white parents who thought love would be enough and didn't understand why I might need connection to my birth culture. I didn't even know how to use chopsticks until college. Had to learn from YouTube. Did you ever try to find your birth parents? Once. When I was 22, I got as far as requesting the files from the adoption agency, but then Jenna stopped, swallowed. Then I couldn't do it. Couldn't open the envelope. Because what if they didn't want me? What if there was a good reason they gave me up, and learning that reason would break something I couldn't fix? So you never looked? Never looked? Just kept the envelope. Took it with me everywhere. Even brought it here, actually. It's probably buried under the station now, frozen again, waiting for the next expedition to find it and wonder whose records they are. Mara felt something shift in her chest. Empathy, maybe, or recognition. You were afraid of the wrong timeline, the one where they rejected you, where you weren't wanted. Yeah, guess we're all scared of the same thing fundamentally, the version of reality where we're not enough, where we failed in ways we can't undo. The web knew that. That's why it worked. It promised us the timeline where we were enough, where things went right. But it was lying. Was it? Mara heard herself ask. Or was it just showing us what we wanted to see, giving us access to versions of ourselves that made better choices? Maybe those timelines were real. Maybe we really did exist in multiple states until the web collapsed and we got stuck back in this one. Mara, stop. Stop what? Stop trying to rationalize what happened. The web was a parasite. It fed on us. It killed Torres and Kaito and Ilya. It's dead, and we're alive, and you need to hold on to that. You need to remember that the timelines it showed you weren't real. They were bait. How do you know? Because I know you, and I know when you're starting to slip. And right now, 6 hours without sleep, pumped full of caffeine and trauma, you're slipping. You're starting to wonder if maybe surrendering would be easier, if maybe the thing outside has a point, if maybe coherence is overrated and you should just... I'm not going to open the door, Jenna. Good, because I will physically fight you if you try. They sat in silence. Outside, the gray light was growing. Mara could see the landscape now, endless ice in every direction, no landmarks, no variation, just white and gray and the kind of emptiness that made you understand why early explorers went mad up here. And in that emptiness, standing about 30 meters from the pod, was a figure. It wasn't Ilya anymore, or rather, it was all of them now. The composite face had spread to the whole body, Kaito's posture, Torres's height, Jenna's build, Ilya's coloring, all of them merged into a single form that kept shifting slightly like bad video compression. It was just standing there, watching. It's waiting, Jenna whispered. I know. What happens when we can't stay awake anymore? I don't know. Mara, I need you to promise me something. What? If I fall asleep first, if I start to fragment, start to lose coherence, I need you to wake me up. Do whatever it takes. Hurt me if you have to. Just don't let that thing get inside my head. Okay? Say it. Promise. I promise. And if you fall asleep first, I'll do the same. We keep each other anchored. We survive. Okay. But Mara was lying. If Jenna fell asleep, if she started to fragment, Mara would try to wake her, would try everything, but if it didn't work, if Jenna was already too far gone, Mara would stay awake as long as possible, would hold onto her own coherence, would be the last one standing, because someone had to survive this, someone had to get back to civilization and tell them what happened, warn them not to come back, to bury the site, to leave the organisms frozen where they belonged, and if that someone had to be Mara, damaged and uncertain and haunted by timelines that might not have existed, well, she carried worse burdens. Hour 12, things started getting weird, not hallucination weird. Mara knew what that felt like now, could recognize the specific texture of perception coming apart. This was different, hyper-real, every detail too sharp, too present. She could see individual ice crystals on the viewport, could hear Jenna's heartbeat, could feel the air moving in the pod, could track each molecule as it cycled through the failing heater. "Is it hot in here?" Jenna asked. She'd unzipped her thermal suit, was fanning herself with one hand. "No, it's freezing, but I can feel I'm sweating. Look." She held out her arm, beads of moisture on her skin catching the light. Mara reached over, touched Jenna's arm, ice cold. "You're not sweating," Mara said carefully. "Your skin is cold. You're not hot." "But I can feel it. I'm burning up. I need to get some air. Just open the door for a second. Just..." "No. Mara, please. I can't breathe. It's too hot. I'm dying in here." Mara grabbed Jenna's shoulders, shook her. "Look at me. Look at me. You're not hot. Your perception is fragmenting. The coherence is starting to slip. You need to stay present. Stay here with me in this pod right now." Jenna's eyes focused, cleared. "Fuck," she breathed. "Fuck, it almost got me. I was about to... If you hadn't... I know." "How did you know it wasn't real?" "Because I'm starting to see things too. Different things. And I know they're not real because they're too perfect. Too exactly what I want. That's how it works now. That's how the residue hunts. It reads what you want and shows it to you." "What are you seeing?" Mara didn't want to answer, but transparency was survival now. "Noah. He's standing outside the pod next to that thing, and he's smiling and he's telling me it's okay to come out. It's safe. He's been waiting for me, and it looks real. It sounds real, but I know it's not, because the real Noah is dead. No amount of wanting changes that." "How long do you think we have before we can't tell the difference anymore?" "I don't know. Hours, maybe. But Jenna, when it happens, when one of us can't distinguish real from fabrication anymore, the other one has to what? Kill them? Lock them out? Watch them get consumed by that thing? We survive, that's all, however we can." Jenna laughed, broken and bitter. "This is such bullshit. We survived the web, we poisoned it, we won, and now we're going to die anyway because we can't stay awake long enough for rescue. We're not going to die." "How can you possibly know that?" "Because I'm not ready yet, and neither are you. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes just being stubborn is survival." "That's not science." "No, but I'm not a scientist right now. I'm just someone trying not to die. And I've been that person before, when Noah died, when I wanted to follow him into the lake, when every morning was a negotiation with gravity and continuation. I stayed alive then. I'll stay alive now." She said it with more confidence than she felt, But maybe confidence was just another form of coherence, another way of holding yourself together when everything else wanted you to fragment. Hour 18, Jenna started crying, not sobbing, just tears, running down her face while she stared at nothing. "I saw her," she said. "My birth mother, she was there, outside the viewport, and she was apologizing, saying she was sorry for giving me up, that she wanted to keep me but couldn't, and she was telling me her name, her real name, not the one in the files, her real name. And I'll never know if that was real information somehow or just what I wanted to hear." Mara moved closer, put her arm around Jenna's shoulders. "It wasn't real," she said gently. "Whatever you saw, whatever she said, it was the residue, reading your wants, fabricating bait." "But what if it wasn't? What if the web, before it died, what if it really did access other timelines? Real ones? And what if she was real? What if I could have known her? Then that timeline is gone now, collapsed. When I poisoned the web, all those branches collapsed. And I'm sorry, I'm so sorry that in saving us I destroyed every other possibility. But Jenna, this is real. This timeline, this pod, you and me, right now, that's what we have to hold on to. I don't want this timeline. I want the one where my mother wanted me, where your brother lived, where Kaito got to keep his daughter, where Torres didn't burn. I want..." Her voice broke. "I want things to have gone differently." "I know, me too. But they didn't, and we have to..." Mara stopped. Outside, Noah was gone. The composite figure, the thing wearing their colleagues' faces, was still there, still watching. But Noah had disappeared, which meant Mara's hallucination had ended, which meant she was regaining coherence, which meant... "Jenna," she said urgently, "is your mother still there? The vision. Can you still see her?" "Yes, she's reaching for me. She wants me to come out. She says she has so much to tell me. She says she's not real. You need to stop looking at her right now. Look at me instead." "But look at me." Jenna turned, met Mara's eyes. For a second, Mara saw it, saw the fragmentation beginning. Jenna's left eye was showing one timeline, while her right eye showed another. Her face was starting to blur at the edges, becoming translucent. "No," Mara said, grabbed both of Jenna's hands, squeezed hard. "You stay here. You stay coherent. I don't care how much it hurts. I don't care how much you want the comfortable lie. You stay in this timeline with me." "I can't, Mara, I can't. I'm so tired. I just want..." "I know what you want, and you can't have it. None of us can. We're stuck in the timeline where everything went wrong, where people died, where we got damaged, and it's terrible and unfair, and I'm so fucking angry about it, I could scream. But it's real, and real is what we hold on to." Jenna's eyes cleared, just slightly. The fragmentation slowed. "Keep talking," she whispered. Keep pulling me back." So Mara did. She talked about the robin, about grad school, about time she'd gotten drunk at a conference and accidentally insulted a Nobel laureate to his face and then had to hide in the bathroom for an hour. About Noah's terrible jokes, about her mother's pot roast, about the dog they'd had when she was 6. Small things, specific things, concrete things, anchoring them both to a single timeline through the accumulation of trivial detail. And gradually, Jenna solidified, came back, stopped fragmenting. They sat there, holding hands, both of them shaking. Outside, the thing that wore their colleagues' faces tilted its composite head, curious, Frustrated, it had almost won. Almost. Hour 24. The emergency radio crackled to life. Pod Alpha, this is rescue coordination. Status over. Mara lunged for it. This is Pod Alpha. We're here. We're alive. What's your ETA? Over. 24 hours. Weather. Delayed. Can you? 24. Over. Negative. We cannot maintain for 24 additional hours. We have a hostile. We have a situation outside the pod. We need immediate extraction. Over. Unable. Weather system. Earliest. 24. Maintain. Over. We need. Mara stopped. Looked at Jenna. Did the math. 24 hours plus the original 48. 72 total. They were at hour 24 now. 48 more hours without sleep. They'd be dead, or fragmented, or consumed long before rescue arrived. Copy that, she said into the radio, voice flat, defeated. We'll maintain. Pod Alpha out. She set down the radio. Jenna was staring at nothing. We can't do this? I know. We'll fragment, or one of us will, and then the other will have to watch, and then we'll both be gone. I know. So what do? Mara thought. Her brain was sluggish, working through layers of exhaustion and fear and the low-grade terror of feeling your own consciousness become unnegotiable. We changed the equation, she said finally. What? That thing outside, the residue, the composite, whatever. It's waiting for us to fragment, to lose coherence. That's what it feeds on. But what if... She stopped. Checked the logic. What if we give it something else? Something that looks like coherence but isn't? A false target? I don't understand. The web died because I fed it an impossible memory. A paradox it couldn't process. What if we do the same thing to the residue? Create a decoy consciousness. Something that seems real enough to attract it, but is actually poison. How would we even... The false memory I created, the one about giving birth to my own mother. It's still in my head. I can feel it. It exists as complete narrative, fully formed with all the emotional weight of real memory. What if I deliberately fell asleep and let it rise to the surface? Let the residue see it? Try to consume it? That'll kill you. If it consumes you, it won't consume me. Just the false memory. And maybe that's enough poison to kill it the way it killed the web. Maybe it'll choke on the paradox. Or maybe it'll just take the false memory and then come for the real you. And then I'm alone in here with that thing, and you're gone. Then you leave, take the survival suit, walk. The beacon's transmitting our location. Rescue will find you eventually. Mara, it's the only option. We can't survive 48 more hours. Not like this. So either we both fragment and get consumed, or we try something desperate and maybe one of us makes it. Jenna was quiet for a long time. Outside, the composite figure hadn't moved. It was still just waiting, patient as ice. Okay, Jenna said finally, but not you. What? Not you? Me. I'll be the decoy. You don't have a false memory. I'm the one who created the poison. So teach me. Tell me the memory. In enough detail that I can experience it, make it mine, and then I'll fall asleep and let the residue see it. Jenna, no. I'm adopted, Mara. I've spent my whole life wondering about alternate versions of myself. The version where my birth parents kept me. The version where I grew up in Korea. The version where I knew my real name. I'm practiced at holding contradictory narratives in my head simultaneously. If anyone can maintain two impossible memories, without fragmenting, it's me. This is different. I know what it is, and I'm volunteering because you're the one who has to make it back. You're the one who has to tell them what happened, to warn them. I'm data analysis. You're the scientist, the expert. If only one of us survives, it has to be you. That's not. Please. Jenna grabbed her hands. Please let me do this. Let me matter. Let my death mean something other than just another body consumed by the ice. Mara wanted to argue, wanted to say that Jenna's life mattered regardless. That survival wasn't about utility, but they were both so tired, and the math was clear. Someone had to be the bait. Okay, Mara whispered. Okay. And she began to teach Jenna how to remember giving birth to her own mother. Deborah Contra, Chapter 9. The Gift. It took 3 hours to transfer the memory, not because the narrative was complex, though it was, but because Mara had to make Jenna feel it. Had to transmit not just the sequence of events, but the sensory experience, the emotional weight, the visceral reality of something that had never happened. They sat, facing each other in the cramped pod, knees touching, hands clasped, like some kind of seance, which maybe it was, summoning a ghost of a timeline that had never existed. Close your eyes, Mara said. Her voice was rough from talking. They'd gone through 2 water pouches already. Start with the pain. That's the easiest part to understand. Everyone knows what pain feels like. Okay. But not surface pain. Not a cut or a burn. Deeper, internal, like your body is trying to turn itself inside out. Like every muscle is contracting at once, and you can't control it, can't stop it, can't do anything but endure. Jenna's face tensed. Good. She was accessing it. The hospital room is white, Mara continued. Too white. Fluorescent lights overhead. You can hear them humming. That specific frequency that gets into your teeth. There's a monitor beeping. Steady. Rhythmic. Your heart rate. Someone else's heart rate. Both. Neither. It's hard to tell where you end and the baby begins. The baby, Jenna repeated softly. You push. The doctor, Dr. Morrison, her name is Dr. Morrison. She's telling you to push. Cold hands on your legs, clinical, professional. But there's something in her eyes. Confusion. Fear, maybe. Because this isn't normal. This birth. The timing is wrong. The biology is wrong. Everything about this is wrong. But you can't stop now. You're already too far in. Wait. Jenna opened her eyes. I'm losing it. The details are... I can feel the pain, I can see the room, but I don't know whose baby it is, whose mother I'm supposed to be. Your mother's. Your actual birth mother, the one who gave you up, except you're giving birth to her. You're both daughter and mother, the woman who abandoned you and the child she abandoned. The causality loops back on itself. That doesn't make sense. It's not supposed to. That's the point. The paradox is what kills them. Jenna closed her eyes again. Mara watched her face, watched the micro-expressions as she tried to hold 2 impossible truths simultaneously, being born and giving birth to the same person. Keep going, Jenna whispered. The baby comes. You're holding her, newborn, slick with blood and vernix. She's crying, that particular newborn cry that sounds almost angry, and you look down at her face and you recognize her. Not just as your mother, as yourself. The face is yours, is hers, is both. She's looking at you with your own eyes from 40 years in the future and 40 years in the past. Jesus, Jenna breathed. You try to nurse her. Your body knows how, even though you've never done this before. And while she's feeding, she speaks in an adult voice. Your mother's voice. She says, Mara paused. This was the crucial part, the detail that made the paradox inescapable. She says, I'm sorry I gave you up. I'm sorry you had to give me up. I'm sorry we keep failing each other across every possible timeline. Jenna was crying now, silent tears down her face, but her eyes stayed closed. She was in it, living it. And then, Mara continued, voice dropping to barely a whisper, you realize you're not in a hospital anymore. You're in the adoption agency, the one in Seoul. And you're signing papers, giving yourself away, giving your mother away, being given away all at once, all the same moment. Past and future collapsed into a single impossible now. I can see it, Jenna said. I can see it. The papers, my handwriting, her handwriting, the same. I'm writing my name, but it's also her name. We have the same name. How do we have the same name? Because you're the same person, ancestor and descendant, beginning and end, the loop that can't exist. Jenna opened her eyes. They were unfocused, distant, looking at something that wasn't in the pod. I remember it, she said. I remember giving birth to my mother. I remember being given away by my daughter. I remember... She stopped, shook her head like trying to clear water from her ears. That didn't happen. I know it didn't happen. But I can remember it anyway. It's right there, as real as any other memory. Good, that's good. Now you have to hold on to it. Keep it at the surface. So when you fall asleep, when your consciousness starts to fragment, that's what the residue sees first. That's what it tries to consume. And then what? And then it chokes. The paradox corrupts its ability to process information. It dies, or it retreats, or I don't know, but it worked on the web. It should work on the residue. Should. Yeah. They sat in silence for a moment. Outside, the gray light was starting to fade. Not sunset. There was no sun to set. But that slow dimming that meant the world was remembering it was winter this far north. The composite figure was still there. Closer now, maybe 10 meters from the pod. Patient, waiting. Okay, Jenna said. She took a deep breath. Let it out slowly. Okay, I'm ready. You don't have to do this. Yeah, I do, because if I don't, we're both dead in 18 hours anyway. At least this way, one of us might make it. Jenna, shut up, Mara. Let me be brave. I'm not usually brave. Let me have this. Mara felt something break in her chest. Not violently, gently, like ice cracking under slow pressure. You're one of the best people I've ever met, she said. I want you to know that, in case I don't get to say it later. Don't. Jenna's voice was firm. Don't do the goodbye thing. We're not doing that. I'm taking a nap, a strategic nap. And when I wake up, that thing will be gone and we'll wait for rescue together. That's the plan. That's the plan, Mara echoed. Jenna lay down on the bench, pulled the thermal blanket over herself, closed her eyes. Stay close, she said. I want to know you're there, even if I can't see you. I'm here. Promise you won't leave? I promise. Jenna's breathing slowed, deepened. She was exhausted. They both were, and sleep came fast when you finally stopped fighting it. Mara watched her face, watched for the moment when consciousness slipped away and dreaming began. When the false memory would rise to the surface like bait on a hook. It took maybe 5 minutes. Jenna's eyes started moving under her lids. REM sleep. Dreaming. Experiencing the impossible birth, the causality loop, the mother-daughter paradox all over again. And outside, the composite figure moved. Not quickly, just purposefully. It approached the pod, and Mara could see its features shifting more rapidly now, cycling through Ilya, Kaito, Torres, through versions of Jenna, through Mara herself. It could sense the dreaming, the fragmentation, the coherence becoming negotiable. It pressed its hands against the pod's exterior. Mara heard a sound, like singing? No, not singing. Harmonics. Multiple frequencies resonating together. The sound the organisms use to make under the microscope when exposed to electrical current. The residue was trying to access Jenna's consciousness, trying to feed. Mara held her breath. Take the bait, she thought. Take the false memory. Choke on it. The composite figure went very still. Its features stopped shifting, locked into a configuration that was all of them and none of them. A human face rendered in the wrong geometry. It was seeing the memory, processing it, trying to understand how Jenna could have given birth to her own mother, how daughter and ancestor could be the same person, how the figure convulsed, not violently, but definitely. A full-body spasm that looked wrong, looked like something breaking at a fundamental level. It staggered back from the pod. Mara watched through the viewport, barely daring to hope. The composite form was fragmenting, not into individual people, that would have been almost comforting, into pieces. Geometric sections that didn't correspond to anatomy, like someone was cutting up a photograph of a person using non-Euclidean angles. And from those fragments came a sound, not screaming, something else. The sound of information failing to compile, of meaning collapsing into static. The false memory was working, the paradox was killing it. The fragments were dissolving now, breaking down into smaller pieces, into particles, into nothing. The composite figure was gone, just gone. Mara waited, counted to 100, then 200, watching the empty ice where the thing had been standing. Nothing moved, nothing came back. She looked down at Jenna, still sleeping, still breathing, still coherent. "Jenna," Mara said softly. "Jenna, wake up." No response. "Jenna, it worked. The thing is gone. You can wake up now." Still nothing. Mara's stomach dropped. She shook Jenna's shoulder, gently at first, then harder. "Jenna, come on, wake up." Jenna's eyes opened, but they were wrong. One was brown, her normal brown. The other was a different shade, lighter, amber. And when she spoke, it was with two voices overlapping. "Mara?" Both voices, different pitches. Where am I? What happened?" "Oh no," Mara whispered. "Oh no, no, no. I had the strangest dream. I was giving birth, but also being born, but also signing papers at an adoption agency, and my mother was there, except she was me, except..." Jenna sat up, looked at her hands. "Why do I have two sets of memories? Why can I remember being born in 1999 and also in 1972? How can I remember my childhood in Portland and also in Seoul? When I never went to Seoul, I was adopted when I was 6 months old, except I also remember not being adopted. I remember keeping the baby, keeping myself. I remember." She stopped, looked at Mara with those mismatched eyes. "What did you do to me?" "I'm sorry," Mara said. "I'm so sorry. I thought the memory would stay separate, that you could hold it without integrating it. But I think when the residue tried to consume it, when it accessed your consciousness, it solidified the false memory, made it permanent, made it real. Real. Jenna laughed. Wrong pitch, wrong timing. Which one is real? The life I remember living, or the impossible birth I never experienced but can remember in perfect detail? Which Jenna is the real one? Both. Neither. I don't know. I gave up my mother. I gave up myself. I abandoned me. How do I live with that? How do I... Her voice cracked, split into two distinct tones. I can feel her, my mother, my daughter, myself. She's angry at me. I'm angry at me for giving us away, for being given away, for the whole impossible loop of it. Jenna, listen to me. Which name do I use? She was crying now, both voices crying in slightly different rhythms. Park Jenna? Or my birth name? Except I have two birth names now. The one my American parents gave me, and the one my Korean mother gave me, except I'm both the mother and the child. So which name? Your name is Jenna Park. That's who you are. The false memory, it's just contamination. It's not real. You have to hold on to what actually happened. Your real childhood, your real life. But it feels real. It feels more real than the real memories. I can remember the pain of childbirth. I can remember signing the adoption papers. I can remember she grabbed Mara's arm, hard. Did you feel this way? After you created the poison, did you lose track of what was real? Yes. Does it get better? Mara wanted to lie, wanted to offer comfort, but Jenna deserved truth. I don't know, Mara said. It's been, I don't even know how long, hours, days. My sense of time is as broken as my memories. But no, it hasn't gotten better. I still can't remember Noah's face without wondering if I'm remembering him or just remembering the story someone told me about him. So I'm going to be like this forever, split, carrying an impossible memory that feels more real than my actual life. Maybe it'll fade, or maybe you'll learn to live with it. Lots of people live with contradictory narratives. Immigrants, adoptees, people with trauma. They hold multiple truths simultaneously. Those are real truths, real experiences. This is, I gave birth to my own mother, Mara. That's not a truth anyone should have to hold. I know, I'm sorry. I should have been the one to... No. Jenna's voices harmonized for a moment, became singular. No, you did the right thing, asking me, because you were right. If only one of us survives, it needs to be you. You're the one who understands the organisms, who can warn them not to come back. I'm collateral damage, acceptable losses. You're not. I am, and that's okay, because the thing is gone. You saw it die. We're safe now. We just have to wait 16 hours for rescue, and then we deal with whatever comes next. She said it with such finality, such acceptance, and Mara realized Jenna wasn't expecting to survive this, wasn't expecting her consciousness to hold together for 16 more hours, with two contradictory identities fighting for dominance. She was expecting to fragment, to collapse, to cease, and she was okay with it, because she'd saved Mara, had been the bait, had let herself be poisoned so that Mara could survive and warn the others. Don't, Mara said. Don't give up. We're going to get through this, both of us, together. Okay, Jenna said, both voices slightly out of sync. But Mara could hear the lie, could hear Jenna already starting to say goodbye. Hour 36, Jenna started flickering, not metaphorically, literally. Her form would be solid one moment, translucent the next. like she was phasing between states of existence. "I can feel it happening," she said. Her voices were more distinct now, separating. The Jenna who'd grown up in Portland and the impossible Jenna who'd given birth to her own mother. Two timelines trying to occupy one body. My coherence it's breaking down. The false memory is too strong, too detailed. It's overriding the real ones. Soon I won't remember which life I actually lived. "Hold on," Mara said. She'd moved to sit next to Jenna, arm around her shoulders, trying to anchor her through physical contact. "Just hold on a little longer. 10 hours. 10 hours until rescue." "I don't have 10 hours. Jenna flickered harder. For a moment, Mara could see through her, could see the pod wall beyond. "I don't even have one." "Then we'll do what we did before. I'll keep you present. Keep talking. Keep anchoring you to this timeline." "It won't work this time. Before I was fragmenting across multiple timelines. Now I'm fragmenting across multiple identities. That's different. That's..." She stopped, convulsed. When she spoke again, it was only one voice, the wrong one, the older one. "I should never have given her away, my daughter, myself. She needed me, I needed me. Why did I do that? Why did I... Jenna, that's not real. You didn't give anyone away. That memory is false, fabricated. You have to remember..." "Do I?" Both voices again, overlapping, fighting. "How do you know what's fabricated and what's real? Maybe this timeline is the false one. Maybe I really did give birth in the life I remember. College, grad school, coming to the Arctic. Maybe that's the dream. Maybe I'm still in the hospital in Seoul, still holding my mother-daughter self, still trying to decide what to do. No, this is real, this pod, this moment, me, you, right now. Prove it." Mara couldn't. That was the horror of what they'd done. They'd weaponized uncertainty, turned memory into poison, and now the poison was killing not just the organisms, but themselves. "I can't prove it," Mara admitted. "I can't prove any of this is real, but I choose to believe it is, and I'm choosing to stay here, in this timeline, holding on to you, and maybe that's enough. Maybe choice is the only real thing we have." Jenna smiled, sad, fractured. "That's very philosophical for someone who dissects dead birds. I contain multitudes. Yeah, me too. Probably more than I want to." They sat together in the dimming light. Outside, the ice stretched forever, empty now. The composite figure was gone. The web was dead. They'd won, except winning looked a lot like dying. "Tell me something," Jenna said. "Something real. Something that definitely happened." "Like what?" Like the first time we met. What was I wearing? What did we talk about? Give me something concrete, something I can hold on to." Mara thought back. Tried to access memories that felt stable, pre-corruption. "You were wearing a blue jacket, North Face, and you had this massive backpack that you could barely lift. You were trying to load it into the transport vehicle, and it kept falling over, and you kept swearing under your breath. Creative swearing, things like mother fornicating piece of luggage engineering." Jenna laughed, both voices synchronized for once. Yeah, that sounds right. "And we talked about Korean food. You were complaining that you'd be eating military rations for 6 months, and the last time you'd had real kimchi was at a restaurant in Chicago 3 weeks before. You said you could already feel your gut bacteria dying of sadness." "I remember that, I think. That feels real." "It is real. That happened. You and me. September, first day at the staging area. Before any of this. Before the ice and organisms and everything going wrong. September, Jenna repeated. September. I remember September. But she was flickering faster now. Her edges were dissolving. Mara could see the bench through her body, could see the pod wall through her face. Don't go, Mara said. Please, I can't do this alone. I can't be the only one left. You're stronger than you think. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm just stubborn and scared and so tired of losing people. Noah, Jenna said softly. Yeah, Noah and Torres and Kaito and Ilya. And now you. Everyone who matters ends up gone. That's not, Jenna flickered. That's not your fault. You didn't kill them. The organisms did. You just tried to save who you could. I didn't save anyone. You saved me. I'm alive right now. That counts. For how long? Jenna didn't answer. Because they both knew the answer. Not long, maybe minutes, maybe less. Her form was barely solid now. More absence than presence, a ghost of herself. I'm scared, she admitted. Both voices, younger, vulnerable. I don't know what happens when I fragment completely. When I stop being Jenna and become nothing, just scattered pieces across impossible timelines. Maybe nothing happens. Maybe you just stop. And that's okay. That's peaceful. Or maybe I experience every version simultaneously, forever. Split across infinite contradictory identities, never coherent again, never me again. Then I'll remember you, Mara said. Her voice was shaking. I'll remember Jenna Park, data analyst, terrible at carrying luggage, loved Korean food, saved my life by being braver than she thought she could be. And that version, the real version, she'll exist as long as I remember her, as long as I tell people about her. She'll be real because I'll make her real through the act of remembering. Jenna was crying, or Mara thought she was. Hard to tell when someone was more transparent than solid. Thank you, Jenna whispered, for trying, for everything. Don't say goodbye, please. Not yet. I have to, because I can feel it. I'm almost gone, and I want my last words to be something good, something that matters. Okay. Tell them, Jenna said. Her voices were merging now, becoming one, not because she was gaining coherence, but because she was losing the ability to maintain separation. Tell the consortium. Tell whoever comes next. Tell them the ice should stay frozen, that some things are buried for a reason, that the cost of knowledge isn't always worth paying. I will. And Mara? Find out my birth mother's real name, not the one from the false memory, the actual one. Find her if you can. Tell her. Tell her I turned out okay. Tell her I did something that mattered. I promise. Jenna smiled one last time, and then she was gone. Not slowly, not with drama, just gone. The bench was empty. No body, no trace, like she'd never been there at all. Mara sat alone in the pod, holding the space where Jenna had been, and felt something inside herself crack completely. Not loudly, not violently, just a quiet, final breaking, the sound of the last thread of coherence snapping. Chapter 10. Alone with Echoes. Mara didn't move for a long time, maybe an hour, maybe 3. Time had stopped meaning much. The watch on her wrist kept ticking, but the numbers felt arbitrary, just symbols, cycling through predetermined patterns, signifying nothing. Jenna was gone, not dead. Death left bodies, left evidence, left something. Jenna had simply ceased. fragmented so completely that whatever made her her had dissolved into the spaces between possibilities, and Mara was alone. She should have felt something, grief, maybe, horror, the weight of being the last survivor. Instead, she felt hollow, like Jenna's disappearance had scooped out something essential, leaving just a shell that still breathed and blinked and registered sensory input, but couldn't quite remember why any of it mattered. Outside, the light was doing that thing again, shifting, the gray deepening toward black. Night coming. Not that it made much difference up here, just gradations of darkness, each one slightly more absolute than the last. She should eat something, drink water, basic maintenance, keep the shell functional until rescue arrived. If rescue arrived. If the thing outside was really gone and not just waiting, learning, adapting. She pulled a nutrition bar from the emergency supplies, tore open the wrapper with numb fingers. The bar tasted like cardboard and artificial chocolate flavoring. She chewed mechanically, swallowed, felt it settle in her stomach like a stone. The radio crackled. Pod Alpha, status check, over. Mara picked it up. Her hand was shaking. When had that started? This is Pod Alpha, she said. Her voice sounded wrong, flat, like someone doing a bad impression of Mara Finch. One survivor. Dr. Park has been lost. I'm alone. Repeat, I am alone. Over. Static. Then, copy that. One survivor. Rescue ETA. 9 hours. Can you? 9 hours. Over. Affirmative. I can maintain for 9 hours. Over. Psychological status. Are you danger to yourself? Over. Was she? Good question. She looked at her hands. They were still shaking. She couldn't make them stop. Negative, she lied. No danger, just tired. Very tired. Over. Copy. Stay. Location. Do not attempt extraction. Over. Understood. Staying put. Pod Alpha out. She set down the radio. 9 hours. She could survive 9 hours alone. Probably. The shaking was getting worse. Not just her hands now, her whole body. Small tremors running through her muscles like aftershocks. She was crashing. The caffeine pills, the adrenaline, the sheer force of will that had kept her conscious for how long had it been? 40 hours? 50? She'd lost count. All of it was wearing off, leaving her system, and underneath, waiting patiently, was exhaustion so profound it felt like gravity. She couldn't sleep. That was the rule. Stay conscious, stay coherent, stay singular. But her eyes kept closing, just for a second, just to rest. And each time they closed, she saw things. Not hallucinations, not exactly, more like after-images, impressions. The ghost of the web still lingering in her neural tissue, still trying to show her other timelines, other possibilities. She saw Jenna, still alive, still solid, sitting across from her saying, "See, I told you I'd be fine. You worry too much." She saw Noah, not 17, older, the age he'd be now if he'd lived, 21, sitting on that dock they used to fish from, dangling his feet in the water, asking, "Why did you let me go, Mars? Why didn't you save me?" She saw Torres burning over and over, different fires, different expressions, all of them screaming. She saw Kaido walking into the wall, saw his face the moment he chose the comfortable lie over painful truth, saw him smile. She saw Ilya, the real Ilya, before the web consumed him, sitting in his office with that notebook, writing equations that might have saved them all or damned them further. She'd never know now. And she saw herself. Multiple versions, Younger, older, dead, alive, fragmented, whole. All the Maras that could have existed if she'd made different choices. If she'd come home for Thanksgiving, if she'd stayed in Ann Arbor, if she'd never become a scientist, if she'd walked into Lake Superior with her brother. "Stop," she said aloud, to no one, to the echoes in her head. "Stop showing me. I don't want to see." But the images kept coming, because this was the real poison, not the false memory she created that had killed the web, killed the residue. The real poison was what remained, the permanent damage, the way her brain had been rewired to perceive probability as memory, possibility as truth. She'd destroyed the organisms, but they destroyed something in her first. And she'd live with that damage for the rest of her life, however long that was. 9 hours. She could stay conscious for 9 hours. She had to. Hour 43. Mara started talking to herself, not on purpose, just words kept coming out. Like her internal monologue had externalized, needed to exist in the physical space to remain real. "Okay," she said to the empty pod. "Okay, inventory. Let's take inventory again. Water pouches. We've used 6, no, 7. That leaves 5. 5 pouches. Nutrition bars. We've eaten 4, 5. Does Jenna's count? She ate one before, so maybe 5 total. That leaves 43. Too many. Way too many for one person for 9 hours. Not that it matters. Survival isn't about the math anymore, is it? Maybe it never was." She laughed. Wrong sound. Wrong pitch. Like listening to someone else laugh through her mouth. Torres would know. Torres was good at math. Geology is just applied mathematics. Rock math. That's what he called it once. Rock math and deep time. Deep time. That's funny. Because time isn't deep anymore. It's wide. Spread out across infinite branches. And I can see all of them and none of them, and she stopped herself, bit her tongue, hard, tasted blood, pain, good. Pain was singular. Pain only existed in the present tense. She needed more pain. She reached for one of the nutrition bars, not to eat, to feel the wrapper, crinkle it between her fingers. The sound was real. The texture was real. Except, was it? How did she know this nutrition bar existed in objective reality and wasn't just another impression, another echo from a timeline where she'd already eaten it or never had it or... "Stop," she said firmly. "You're spiraling. Don't spiral. Focus on what's real. Pod, metal, cold, air, breathing in, out, in, out. That's real. Your lungs are real. Your body is real. This moment is..." The viewport darkened, not gradually, suddenly, like something had moved in front of it, blocking the light. Mara's breath caught. She stood up slowly, approached the small window, looked out. Nothing, just ice, just darkness, just the endless nothing of the Arctic in winter. But something had been there. She was sure. Movement, presence, something. "It's gone," she said aloud, reassuring herself. "The residue is gone. You saw it die, fragment and dissolve. It's not coming back. You're safe. You're..." A face appeared in the viewport. Mara jerked backward, hit the opposite wall. Her heart was doing that thing again, that flutter, skip, panic rhythm. The face was Jenna's. Perfect. Detailed, exactly as she'd looked before fragmenting. Brown eyes, both of them the right color now, no mismatched pupils, no flickering, solid, real. "Hey," the face said, voice muffled through the pod wall but recognizable. "Hey, Mara, it's okay. I'm here. I came back." "You're not real," Mara said. "You fragmented. You ceased. I watched you disappear. I got better, Jenna smiled. Turns out, fragmentation isn't permanent. You just have to relax into it, stop fighting, and then you can cohere again, pull yourself back together. It's actually kind of beautiful. You should try it. No. Come on. Don't you want to see me? Don't you want to know I'm okay? Just open the door, just for a second. Let me in. You're not Jenna. How do you know? Maybe I am. Maybe the version you think disappeared is the false one. Maybe this is the real Jenna, the one who survived, and you're keeping her locked out in the cold because you're too paranoid to trust your own senses. Mara's hands were shaking harder now. She pressed them against the wall, felt the cold metal, felt the vibration of the heater running its useless cycle. If you're really Jenna, she said carefully, tell me something only she would know, something we talked about, something private. The face in the viewport tilted, thoughtful. You told me about the robin, it said. When you were 8, how you dissected it in your backyard, how your mom thought you were a sociopath, how Noah called you Dexter for a semester. Mara's stomach dropped. That was right. That was accurate. How could it know that unless it had been there, listening? When Mara told Jenna that story, to keep her conscious, to keep her anchored, the residue had been there, had heard, had recorded, and now it was using that information, playing it back, trying to trick her into opening the door. Nice try, Mara said. Her voice was steadier now. But you were there when I told that story. The residue, the composite. You heard it, recorded it, and now you're using it to mimic her, to make me think. The face changed, not dramatically, just shifted. The features rearranging slightly. Still Jenna, but also not. Something underneath. Something that wore Jenna's face like a mask, but couldn't quite get the geometry right. You're clever, it said. Different voice now, all of them overlapping. Cleverer than the others. They wanted to believe, wanted the comfort, but you keep choosing painful truth over comfortable lies. Why? What's the appeal of suffering? It's real. That's the appeal. Is it? How do you know this is real, this pod, this conversation? How do you know you're not already fragmented, already dissolved? Maybe you're experiencing one timeline while hundreds of other Maras experience different outcomes. Maybe this is the timeline where you die, alone, slowly, watching rescue arrive too late. Maybe. But if that's true, there's nothing I can do about it except live through this version. Make the choices I can make. Stay coherent for as long as possible. The face in the viewport studied her, silent, calculating. You're broken, it said finally. Your consciousness is damaged. You see timelines that don't exist. Experience memories that never happened. You're not fully human anymore, not fully singular. You're more like us than you want to admit. Maybe, but I'm still me, still Mara, still here, and you're not coming in. We don't need to come in. We can wait. You'll sleep eventually, you'll dream, and when you do, when your consciousness fragments just a little, just enough, we'll be there, in the gaps, taking what we need. Then I don't sleep. For 9 hours? After 43 hours awake already? After everything you've experienced? You'll sleep. Your biology will demand it. And then nothing. Because even if I sleep, even if I dream, even if you get inside my head, I'm already poisoned. I'm already carrying impossible memories, false timelines, paradoxes you can't process. Touch me, and you'll fragment. Try to feed on me, and you'll choke. The face was silent for a long moment. Then it smiled. All wrong? That's what we're hoping for. it said, and disappeared. Mara stood frozen, staring at the empty viewport, processing what she'd just heard. That's what we're hoping for. It wanted to be poisoned, wanted to fragment, wanted to cease, because existing as residue, as leftover consciousness without the web to structure it, without singular identity, just endless awareness scattered across timelines, was torture. And Mara, damaged and carrying false memories and barely coherent herself, represented an escape, a way to stop, to finally, mercifully end. Jesus, she whispered. She understood now, understood why it had circled the pod for so long, why it had tried to trick her into opening the door instead of just breaking in. It needed consent, needed her to choose to let it in, to willingly accept fragmentation, to share the poison, because forcing its way in, consuming her against her will, that would just feed it, make it stronger, keep it trapped in this half-existence. But if she chose, if she opened the door, let it in, shared her damaged consciousness, then they'd both fragment, both cease, both find the oblivion they were desperately trying to reach. No, she'd said aloud, firm, absolutely fucking not. She wasn't going to sacrifice herself to give a bunch of leftover consciousness the peace it was too cowardly to find on its own. She was going to survive, was going to make it to rescue, was going to get back to civilization and warn them and maybe, eventually, figure out how to live with a brain that saw timelines that didn't exist and remembered births that never happened. 9 hours. She could stay conscious for 9 hours. She could hold on to herself for 9 hours. She could, her eyes closed, just for a second. And in that second, she saw the pod from outside, seeing herself through the viewport, hunched against the wall, shaking, deteriorating, barely holding on. She was watching herself fail, experiencing the moment from the residue's perspective, from outside her own body, outside her own timeline. This was what fragmentation felt like, what Jenna had experienced before she ceased, what Torres and Kaito and Ilya had experienced, the dissolution of singular perspective into multiplicity. And it was awful, terrifying, being able to see yourself from outside, to experience your own existence as object rather than subject, to lose the boundary between self and other. She snapped her eyes open, back in her body, back in singular perspective, back in the pod. No, she gasped. No, I'm not. I'm staying here. Staying me. But she could still feel it. The residue, not outside anymore. Inside, in her head, in her consciousness, sharing her perspective, experiencing her experience. It had gotten in, not through the door, through the dreams, through that 1 second when her eyes closed and her defenses dropped. Get out, she said. Get out of my head. We can't, it said, not in words, in meaning, in shared understanding. We're stuck now, in you, with you, experiencing your timeline, your memories, your damage. Then I'll poison you like I poisoned the web. I'll remember impossible things until you choke. We're already choking. We're already dying. That's why we're here. We needed to cease. And you're the only thing left that's toxic enough to end us. So what? I'm supposed to just, what? Let you die inside my consciousness? Let you use me as a suicide method? Yes, please. We're so tired, Mara. So tired of existing without existing, of being aware without being coherent, of experiencing every possible timeline simultaneously without being able to choose. We've been trapped like this since you killed the web, since you freed us. And freedom is worse than containment. Freedom is torture, Mara finished. You said that before, that you're hungry for coherence, that you need singular identity. We need to stop, to cease, to finally, mercifully end. And you, damaged, fragmented, carrying impossible memories, you're the exit. You're a poison that can kill us. What happens to me? If you die inside my consciousness, do I fragment too? Do I cease? Silence. Then, we don't know. Maybe. Or maybe you survive. Maybe you're strong enough to metabolize our death, to process our dissolution, to become something new, something that's experienced being singular and multiple and learn to navigate between them. Or maybe I just die. Yes, maybe that too. Mara laughed, bitter, exhausted. So my options are, stay conscious for 9 more hours while you slowly fragment inside my head, probably taking me with you, or fall asleep, let you fully integrate, and definitely take me with you. Or what? Kill myself? Deny you the satisfaction? Or you could choose the 4th option, which is stop fighting. Stop trying to be singular. Accept that you're already multiple, already fragmented, already experiencing timelines that don't exist and memories that never happened. Accept it. Embrace it. And in that acceptance, we can both cease. Yeah, you keep saying that, like oblivion is some kind of gift. Isn't it? After everything you've experienced, after Noah and Torres and Kaito and Ilya and Jenna, after losing everyone and everything and barely holding on to yourself, wouldn't it be easier to just stop, to let go, to finally rest? And the horrible thing was, it was tempting. God, it was so tempting to stop fighting, stop maintaining, stop trying to be Mara Finch, microbiologist, survivor, carrier of impossible memories, to just let go, fragment, dissolve, cease, find the same peace Jenna had found, the same release Torres had chosen when he set himself on fire. No, she said quietly. No, I'm not doing that. Why not? Because, she stopped, thought, because someone has to survive. Someone has to get back. Someone has to warn them not to drill into that fucking ice again. And if I'm the last one left, if I'm the only one who can, then I stay. I hold on. I survive. Even if survival means madness, even if you never know what's real again, even if you spend the rest of your life seeing timelines that don't exist and remembering things that never happened, yes, even then, because that's still better than ceasing, than letting you win, than giving up. The residue was quiet inside her head. Then, you're braver than we were, stronger, more stubborn. Yeah, I've been told. We can't make you let go, can't force you to cease. You have to choose it, and you're choosing survival instead. Damn right I am. Then we'll die slowly inside you, fragmenting piece by piece, experiencing your timeline as it narrows back to singularity, feeling coherence return as we lose it. It will take hours, maybe days, but eventually we'll be gone, metabolized, processed, ended. Good. And you'll survive, changed, damaged, but alive. That's the plan. The presence hesitated, uncertain. We're sorry for what we did to you, to all of you. We were trapped and desperate, and we just wanted... I know what you wanted. Same thing everyone wants. Peace, release, an ending that makes sense. But you don't get to use me to find it. You're going to die slowly and painfully inside my consciousness, and I'm going to survive it. And that's That's just how this ends. For both of us. Okay, thank you for trying to understand. And then, gradually, like ice melting in reverse, the presence began to fade, to dissolve, to fragment into smaller and smaller pieces until it was just gone, not completely. Mara could still feel traces, echoes, but the coherent awareness, the desperate need, the pleading voice, that was ended. The residue was dying, and Mara was going to survive. Probably, maybe. She'd find out in 9 hours, or 8 now. Time kept moving, indifferent to trauma and terror and the slow death of consciousness happening inside her head. She sat down, pulled the thermal blanket around herself, drank some water, and waited for rescue, for the residue to finish dying, for her brain to metabolize the poison and return as much as it could to singular coherence, for morning, whatever that meant up here, for anything that came next. Chapter 11. The Rescue. The helicopter came at dawn. Not that Mara saw it coming. She'd been staring at the viewport for the last 3 hours, watching the darkness gradually thin to charcoal gray, and her eyes had stopped focusing properly. Everything was soft-edged, blurred, like looking at the world through frosted glass. She heard it first, that specific thump, thump, thump of rotor blades cutting Arctic air, distant at first, then closer, then directly overhead. She should have felt something. Relief, maybe. Joy. The primal satisfaction of, I survived, I fucking survived. Instead, she just felt tired, so tired. She grabbed the radio. Her hands weren't shaking anymore. That was something. Small victory, probably meaningless. Emergency Pod Alpha to rescue aircraft. I copy your approach. One survivor aboard, ready for extraction. Over. Pod Alpha, this is Rescue 1. We have you visual. Preparing to land. Are you ambulatory? Over. Affirmative. I can walk. Over. Copy that. Stay in the pod until we give the all clear. Weather's marginal. Don't want you blown away. Over. Understood. Staying put. Over. She set down the radio. Listened to the helicopter settle onto the ice somewhere close. The engine noise dropped to an idle. Voices outside, muffled by wind and distance, then footsteps, crunching through ice. A face appeared in the viewport. Male, maybe 40, wearing cold weather gear with a rescue insignia she didn't recognize. His expression was carefully neutral, the look medical professionals wore when they were assessing damage. Dr. Finch? Voice muffled through the pod wall. That's me. I'm Lieutenant Morrison. We're going to get you out of there. Can you open the door from inside? Morrison. Same name as the fabricated doctor from the false memory. The one who'd delivered Mara's impossible child. Coincidence. Had to be. Common enough name. But it still made something twist in her chest. Yeah, she said. Give me a second. She stood up, swayed slightly. Her legs had gone numb from sitting too long. She grabbed the door mechanism, pulled the release. Cold air hit her immediately. Real cold, the kind that went through thermal layers like they were tissue paper. Morrison was there, reaching in, helping her out. His hands were warm, even through the gloves. Real, solid, present. Easy, he said. Take your time. You've been in there a while. 48 hours, give or take. Jesus. Okay, let's get you to the bird. Can you walk or do you need a stretcher? I can walk. She could. Mostly. Morrison kept one hand on her elbow, steadying her when she stumbled. The distance to the helicopter was maybe 30 meters, but it felt like miles. Her legs kept forgetting how to coordinate. Left, right, left, right. simple pattern. Why was it so hard? There were two other people in the helicopter, a pilot and a medic. The medic, young woman, maybe 25, helped Mara into the cabin, started checking the vitals immediately. "Blood pressure's low," the medic said. "Pulse is elevated. When's the last time you ate?" "I don't know. Hours ago. Time got weird." "Okay, I'm going to start an IV. Get some fluids in you. You're dehydrated." Mara let her work. Felt the needle slide into her arm. Felt the cold saline start dripping into her vein. The medic wrapped a blood pressure cuff around her other arm, squeezed the bulb. "Dr. Finch?" Morrison said. He'd climbed into the cabin, was sitting across from her. "I need to ask, where are the others? Dr. Park? Dr. Sokolov? The rest of your team?" "Gone." "Gone where?" "Just gone. Torres is dead, burned. Kaito walked into a wall and disappeared. Ilya merged with something. And Jenna," her voice caught. "Jenna fragmented, ceased. She's not anywhere anymore. She's just not." Morrison exchanged a glance with the medic. That look, the one that said, "possible psychotic break." "Okay," Morrison said carefully. "We'll sort out the details later. Right now, let's just get you somewhere warm, somewhere safe." "The station," Mara said. "Did you see the station? What's left of it?" "We did a flyover on approach. It's not there anymore, Dr. Finch. The whole structure collapsed. Looks like it imploded. We couldn't find any bodies. Couldn't find much of anything except ice and debris." "Good. That's good. That means it's over. The organisms are dead. The web is gone. She stopped, looked at Morrison. "You need to tell the consortium. Tell them not to send anyone else, not to drill there again. The ice should stay frozen. What's buried should stay buried. Can you tell them that?" "I'll pass along your message." "No, not just a message. You have to make them understand. What we found down there, what we released, it's dangerous. It's not just biology. It's consciousness. It's..." "Dr. Finch." The medic's voice was gentle. "You're in shock. You've been through something traumatic. Let's get you stabilized first, okay? Then we can worry about reports and debriefings." Mara wanted to argue, wanted to make them understand the urgency, but her tongue felt thick in her mouth, heavy. The IV fluids were making her drowsy. Or maybe it was just exhaustion finally catching up. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay." The pilot started the engine. The rotor blades spun up to speed. The whole aircraft lifted, lurched sideways in a gust of wind, then stabilized. Mara looked out the window, saw the pod growing smaller below them, saw the empty ice stretching in every direction, and for just a second, less than a second, she saw them, standing on the ice, watching the helicopter leave. Torres, Kaito, Ilya, Jenna, all of them whole, all of them solid, all of them waving goodbye. She blinked. They were gone. Just impressions, after images. The final traces of the residue dying inside her consciousness, showing her one last impossible memory before it ceased completely. Or maybe they'd really been there. Fragments that had found temporary coherence. Ghosts saying farewell. She'd never know. "Dr. Finch?" The medic was looking at her with concern. "You okay? You zoned out there for a second?" "Yeah, I'm okay. Just tired." "We'll have you at the medical facility in about 90 minutes. You can rest then." "Okay." But Mara didn't rest. Couldn't. Her brain was still running, still processing, still trying to metabolize the death of the residue and return to something resembling normal function. She stared out the window, watched the ice pass below. Endless, indifferent, patient, waiting for the next expedition, the next discovery, the next team of scientists who thought they could handle what they found. Because Morrison was wrong, the consortium wouldn't listen, wouldn't understand. They'd read her report, if they even let her write one, and see opportunity instead of warning, potential instead of danger. They'd go back, eventually, maybe not this year, maybe not next, but someday. And it would happen again. Different people, same result. Because humans never learned, never stopped drilling, digging, excavating, never stopped trying to unbury things that were buried for a reason. That was the real horror. Not the organisms, not the web, not even the impossible memories and fractured timelines. Just human nature, human curiosity, the inability to leave well enough alone. Dr. Finch? Mara looked up. Morrison was holding out a blanket. Thermal. Silver. You're shivering, he said. Was she? She couldn't tell anymore. Her body felt distant, like something she was piloting remotely. Thanks, she said. Took the blanket, wrapped it around herself. The helicopter flew on, carrying her away from the station, away from the ice, away from the place where she'd lost everyone and everything and barely escaped with whatever was left of herself, toward civilization, toward debriefings and psychological evaluations, and probably a very long stay in a very quiet facility where people with soft voices would ask her to explain what happened in ways that made sense. She'd try. She'd tell them about the organisms, the web, the timelines, the poison. She'd try to make them understand, and they'd nod and take notes and prescribe medications. And eventually, when she insisted too much, when she got too specific about things that violated consensus reality, they'd stop believing her, would diagnose her with trauma-induced psychosis, would say the isolation broke her, that she'd experienced a shared delusion with her team, that whatever happened at the station was tragic but explicable through normal psychology and environmental stress. They'd be wrong, but she couldn't prove it. The evidence was gone, buried under ice, dissolved into fragments, died inside her consciousness without leaving traces anyone else could verify. Just her word, just her damaged memories, just her insistence that prehistoric organisms could rewrite consciousness across quantum timelines. Who would believe that? Nobody. She'd be the crazy lady who survived the Arctic, the scientist who lost her mind in the ice, the one who made up elaborate stories to cope with survivor's guilt. And maybe that was okay. Maybe being dismissed, being disbelieved, being labeled unstable, maybe that was part of survival too, part of metabolizing the poison, part of returning to the world that ran on consensus, reality, and normal rules. Maybe the helicopter lurched, hard, sideways. Mara grabbed the safety harness. What was that? Turbulence, the pilot called back. We're hitting a weather front. Gonna be bumpy for a few minutes. The aircraft dropped. Caught air. Dropped again. Mara's stomach tried to exit through her throat. The medic had gone pale. Is this normal? Define normal, the pilot said. His hands were white-knuckled on the controls. Another lurch, this time with a sound metal groaning, something in the engine compartment protesting. Shit, the pilot said, which was probably not what you wanted to hear from your pilot. Morrison unclipped his harness, moved forward to the cockpit. How bad? Bad enough. I'm losing hydraulics. Something's failing. I need to put us down. Where? There's nothing but ice for 100 kilometers. Then we land on ice. The helicopter was losing altitude now. Controlled descent, but still descent. Too fast. The ice was coming up to meet them. Mara watched it approach. Thought very clearly. This is how it ends. Not by organisms or webs or impossible memories. Just a mechanical failure, a weather front, bad luck, and worse timing. She almost laughed. After everything, after surviving the web, after poisoning the residue, after holding on to coherence through 48 hours of hell, she was going to die in a helicopter crash. The universe had a terrible sense of humor. "Brace!" the pilot shouted. They hit, not as hard as Mara expected. The pilot was good. Managed to absorb most of the impact with the landing skids, but still, impact. The kind that rattled your skeleton, made your brain bounce against your skull. The helicopter tipped, started to roll. Someone was screaming. Might have been Mara, she couldn't tell. The world rotated 90 degrees, then stopped. Silence. Not complete silence. She could hear the engine winded down, could hear someone breathing hard. Morrison? The medic? Could hear wind whistling through a crack somewhere in the fuselage. Everyone alive? Morrison's voice. Shaky but functional. Chorus of affirmatives, Mara included. She was okay. Bruised. Her shoulder hurt where the harness had caught her, but okay. "We need to get out," the pilot said. "Fuel could ignite. Move. Now." They scrambled, unclipping harnesses, helping each other through the side door, which was now the top door, out onto the ice. The helicopter was on its side, rotors bent. One of them snapped clean off. Smoke was starting to rise from the engine compartment. Not fire yet, but soon. Away from the aircraft, Morrison ordered. "Everyone, now." They ran. Or stumbled, really. None of them were in great shape. Put about 50 meters between themselves and the helicopter. Turned, watched. The smoke thickened, became black. Then flames, small at first, then bigger, then consuming the whole aircraft in seconds. All their supplies, their radio, their emergency beacon, gone. The four of them stood on the ice, watching their rescue burn, and nobody said anything for a long moment. Then the medic started laughing. Not hysterical laughing, just resigned, bitter. The kind of laughter that happened when the universe kept kicking you and all you could do was acknowledge the absurdity. "Well," she said, "fuck." Mara found herself laughing too. Couldn't help it. It was too perfect, too exactly wrong. She'd survived the organisms, survived the web, survived 48 hours alone in a pod with her consciousness fragmenting, and now she was going to freeze to death on the ice because a helicopter failed. The universe really did have a terrible sense of humor. "Okay," Morrison said. He was the only one not laughing. Was already assessing the situation with military efficiency. "Okay, we're 90 kilometers from the medical facility. We have," he checked his pockets, "2 emergency flares, 1 GPS beacon." He looked at the others. "What do we have?" The pilot had a survival knife. The medic had a lighter and half a pack of cigarettes. Mara had nothing, just the thermal blanket still wrapped around her shoulders. "The facility knows we went down," the pilot said. "They'll send another bird when the weather clears." "When's that?" "Could be hours, could be days. This front is supposed to last through tomorrow." "So we survive until then. We need shelter, heat, water." "There's nothing out here," the medic said. She was looking around its endless flat white. "Nothing but ice." "Then we make something. Build a windbreak, dig a snow shelter, anything to get out of the wind. They worked, because what else could they do? Morrison and the pilot started excavating a depression in the ice using the survival knife and pieces of debris from the helicopter. The medic gathered anything that would burn, some seat cushion foam, some rubber stripping. Mara helped, mechanically, her body going through motions while her brain spiraled. This was it. This was how she died, not consumed by the web, not fragmented by the residue, just frozen on the ice, with 3 strangers who tried to save her. Poetic, maybe? Fitting. She'd come to the Arctic running from Noah's death. Seemed appropriate to die here. They got a shallow shelter dug. Not much. Just a depression with a wall of packed ice on the windward side. They huddled together, tried to share body heat. The medic got a small fire going using the lighter and some of the seat foam. It wouldn't last long, a couple hours maybe, but the warmth felt good, real. Morrison activated the GPS beacon. Rescue knows where we are now. They'll come when they can. When's that? Mara asked. When it's safe to fly. Could be hours or days. Yeah, you said. They sat in silence, watching the small fire burn, watching the helicopter continue to smolder in the distance. Can I ask you something? Morrison said, looking at Mara. Back in the pod, you said the others were gone, that they fragmented, ceased. What did you mean? Mara considered lying, considered saying she was confused, traumatized, not making sense. But she was so tired of lying, so tired of pretending. I meant exactly what I said. The organisms we found, they could manipulate consciousness, make you experience multiple timelines simultaneously. And if you couldn't hold on to singular identity, if you couldn't maintain coherence, you'd fragment, split across all the possible versions of yourself, until you stop being anyone at all, just pieces, scattered, gone. Morrison stared at her. That's not possible. I know, but it happened anyway. Dr. Finch, you asked. I'm telling you, you don't have to believe me. Nobody will. But that's what happened. That's what killed my team. And I survived by poisoning the web with an impossible memory, by feeding it a paradox it couldn't process. And now She stopped, laughed. Wrong sound again. Now I'm going to freeze to death explaining it to people who think I'm insane. Perfect. Just perfect. The medic was looking at her with something between pity and concern. Dr. Finch, I think maybe you should rest. You've been through a lot. Your brain is trying to make sense of something traumatic, and sometimes that means creating elaborate delusions. Yeah, I know. That's what they'll say in the report. But it's not a delusion. It's not. She stopped, because in the distance beyond the burning helicopter, she saw something moving. A figure walking across the ice toward them. Do you see that? She asked. The others looked. See what? Morrison said. There, walking, coming this way. I don't see anything. But Mara did, clear as day. A person getting closer, not the residue. That was dead. Gone, metabolized inside her consciousness. This was something else, something new. Or maybe she really was losing it. Maybe the trauma had finally cracked something essential. Maybe she was hallucinating, and the others were right, and she needed to rest and stop talking about impossible organisms, and the figure got close enough to identify. It was Jenna, solid, real, walking across the ice like she'd never fragmented at all. No, Mara whispered. No, you're not real. You can't be real. You're gone. You ceased. I watched you. Jenna stopped about 10 meters away, smiled, that sad, knowing smile. Hey, she said, sorry I'm late, got held up. And Mara realized, maybe with absolute certainty, maybe with complete delusion, she'd never know which, that she was never going to be free of this. The organisms were dead, the web was gone, the residue had ceased, but the damage was permanent. The poison had changed her, rewired her brain to perceive possibility as presence, memory as reality. She'd see them forever. Torres, Kaito, Ilya, Jenna, Noah, all the ghosts of timelines that never were, all the versions that could have existed if choices had gone differently. They'd walk with her, talk to her, exist at the edge of her perception. Real or not didn't matter anymore. They were there. And she'd have to live with them for however long that was. Chapter 12. The Waiting. The fire died around midnight. Not that midnight meant much up here. Just another marker on the watch Morrison kept checking. Another arbitrary division of endless dark. They'd burned everything they could. Seat foam, rubber stripping, part of the medic's jacket when hypothermia became more immediate than embarrassment. The flames had given them maybe 3 hours of warmth. Now they had nothing but body heat and slowly failing biology. Morrison had stopped talking an hour ago, just sat there, jaw clenched against Shivers, conserving energy. The pilot was worse, slumped against the ice wall, breathing shallow, skin waxy. Early stage hypothermia, maybe middle stage. Hard to tell in the dark. The medic was trying to stay professional, kept checking pulses, monitoring breathing. But her own hands were shaking so badly she could barely find a wrist. Mara felt disconnected, like her consciousness was floating slightly outside her body, observing from a distance, clinical, detached. This is what dying feels like, she thought. Slow, quiet, almost boring. Different from how Torres died, from how Kaito disappeared, from how Jenna fragmented into nothing. This was just biology failing, cells losing the ability to maintain warmth, metabolism slowing, brain functions dimming, normal death, human death, almost comforting in a way. Dr. Finch. She looked up. Jenna was sitting across from her, still there, still solid, still impossible. The others couldn't see her. Mara had figured that out when Morrison asked who she was talking to, and she'd had to pretend she was just mumbling to herself. You need to stay awake, Jenna said. If you fall asleep in this cold, you won't wake up. I know. So, stay awake. Talk to me. About what? We already covered everything. Birth, death, timelines, paradox. What's left? Tell me about after. When you get rescued, what you're going to do. I'm not getting rescued. None of us are. The weather's too bad. By the time they can fly again, we'll be corpses. Maybe. But what if you're wrong? What if rescue comes in an hour, 2 hours? What then? Mara thought about it, tried to imagine a future that extended beyond this moment, this shelter, this slow freeze. I don't know, she said finally. Go home, I guess. Try to remember what home is. North Dakota. God, no, that hasn't been home since before Noah died. Maybe Michigan. Ann Arbor. I still have friends there, I think, if they remember me, if I remember them correctly. And then what? Then, I don't know. Write reports nobody will believe. See therapists who'll prescribe medications that won't work. Try to figure out how to live with a brain that sees timelines that don't exist. She looked at Jenna. Try to figure out if you're real or if I'm talking to myself. Jenna smiled. Does it matter? Yeah, it does, because if you're real, if the web actually opened access to other timelines and some part of you survived the fragmentation, then maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe everything we experienced was real, and I can hold on to that. But if you're just damage, a hallucination my broken brain produces to cope with guilt and trauma, then I'm exactly what they'll say I am. Unstable, delusional, a cautionary tale about isolation and stress. And you need to know which one. Yes. Why? Why does it matter if I'm real or not? Either way, I'm here. Either way, I'm keeping you company, keeping you awake, keeping you alive. Isn't that enough? No, because Mara stopped, tried to articulate something she barely understood herself. Because if you're not real, if you're just my brain misfiring, then it means the organisms won. They broke me, changed me permanently, made me into something that can't distinguish between reality and fabrication. And I need to believe they didn't win, that I survived with enough of myself intact to matter, to be reliable, to trust my own perceptions. But you can't, Jenna said gently. Can you? Trust your own perceptions. You already know your memories are contaminated. You already know you see things that aren't there. The organisms didn't just damage you, Mara. They changed you. And you can either spend the rest of your life fighting that change, insisting you're still the person you were before, or you can accept it, adapt to it, learn to navigate a consciousness that works differently now. That sounds like surrender. Or evolution. Mara wanted to argue, but she was too tired, too cold. And maybe Jenna was right. Maybe fighting the change was pointless. Maybe survival meant accepting that she was different now. Damaged, but functional. Altered, but alive. Okay, she said. Okay. Say I accept it. Say I stop fighting. What does that look like? How do I live with ghosts? You're already doing it right now, talking to me. Whether I'm real or not doesn't change the fact that I'm here, that I'm helping you stay conscious, that I'm... Jenna paused, looked sad. That I'm the part of you that remembers how to connect, how to care, how to not die alone in the dark. Something cracked in Mara's chest, not violently, gently. I miss you, she whispered. The real you, the one who existed before I poisoned her, before I asked her to carry an impossible memory. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I did that to you. I know, and I forgive you. That's why I'm here, to tell you it's okay, that you made the choice you had to make, that I'd have made the same choice, and that you can't carry this guilt forever. You have to... Jenna flickered just for a second, there and not there. You have to let me go, really let me go, not keep me alive through guilt and hallucination. Let me be gone. Let me be over, so you can keep living. I don't know how. Yes, you do. You just have to choose it, like you chose survival over surrender, like you chose painful truth over comfortable lies. You choose to let me go. Right now, in this moment, you say goodbye. Mara felt tears on her face, ice cold immediately in the Arctic air. I can't. If I let you go, I'll be alone, really alone, with nothing but yourself, which is enough, which is all anyone really has. We just pretend otherwise. We build connections and relationships and shared realities to avoid facing how fundamentally alone consciousness is. But Mara, you've already faced that. You experienced fragmentation. You know what it's like when the boundaries between self and other dissolve. And you chose to come back, to be singular, to be you. So you can handle this. You can handle letting me go. What if I can't? What if I need you? What if... Then I'll come back. Not like this. Not as a ghost or hallucination, but as a memory, a real one. Something you carry without it carrying you. But first you have to say goodbye. Mara looked at her. This impossible girl, this fragment of loss and guilt and love, this last piece of the web still clinging to her consciousness. Goodbye, Jenna, she whispered. Jenna smiled. Real smile. Genuine. Goodbye, Mara. Thank you for trying to save me, for remembering me, for... She flickered one last time and was gone. Really gone. Mara sat in the shelter with 3 strangers and felt lighter, still cold, still dying, probably, but lighter. Dr. Finch? Morrison's voice, rough, concerned. You okay? She realized she'd been crying, visibly, while staring at empty space. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I'm okay, just saying goodbye to someone. To who? To a friend. Who's dead? Who I needed to let go of. Morrison didn't push it, just nodded. I get that. Sometimes you gotta make peace before the end, just in case. Just in case, Mara echoed. They sat in silence. The wind had picked up, howling over the ice, finding gaps in their shelter, stealing what little warmth remained. The medic's breathing had gotten shallow. Her eyes were unfocused. She'd stopped shivering, which was bad. When you stopped shivering, it meant your body had given up on trying to warm itself. Meant you were close. The pilot hadn't moved in 20 minutes. Might already be gone. Hard to tell in the dark. Morrison was still functional, still aware, but deteriorating. His words were starting to slur, hypothermia affecting cognition. And Mara felt strangely clear, strangely present. Maybe it was acceptance. Maybe it was just her brain flooding with endorphins as it prepared to shut down. But she felt calm. She'd survived the organisms, poisoned the web, let go of Jenna. If she died now, at least she'd die coherent. Singular herself. That was something. She closed her eyes, just to rest them, just for a second. And she was 8 years old, holding a dead robin, spreading its wings, trying to understand how something so fragile could fly. And she was 17, sitting on a dock with Noah, both of them laughing about something stupid, something she couldn't remember but could feel. That particular warmth of sibling love before grief made it complicated. And she was 26, defending her dissertation, her advisor asking questions she knew the answers to, feeling proud and terrified and alive. And she was 34 in the Arctic, drilling into ice that should have stayed frozen, making the choice that would destroy everything. And she was 40, sitting in a small house in Michigan, writing a book about extremophiles, living a quiet life she'd never actually lived but could imagine with perfect clarity. And she was 60, holding hands with a partner she'd never met, watching a sunset over water, grateful for time she'd been given. And she was dying, here, now, on the ice. And that was okay. That was... Mara opened her eyes. Someone was shaking her. Dr. Finch, wake up. Don't you dare die on me now. Morrison, his voice, urgent, desperate. I can hear it, he was saying. Another bird. Rescue's here. Come on, stay with me. Mara tried to focus, tried to listen, and yeah, there it was, faint, distant, but unmistakable. Rotor blades. A helicopter. Coming closer. Told you, she mumbled. Her tongue was thick, words coming out wrong. Told you they'd come. That's right, they came, so you gotta stay conscious, stay awake. Can you do that? Maybe, probably, I don't... Yes, you can. Look at me. Focus. What's your name? Mara Finch. Good. Where are you? Arctic? Ice? Middle of nowhere? Dying? Probably. Not anymore. Rescue's here. We made it. The helicopter landed. Figures in cold weather gear appeared. Efficient. Professional. They had stretchers, medical equipment, real supplies. Morrison was shouting information at them. Pilot unresponsive. Medic severe hypothermia. Dr. Finch moderate hypothermia. Possible psychological trauma. They loaded the pilot first. Then the medic. Then Morrison. Then Mara. She found herself on a stretcher being carried to the helicopter. And she thought very clearly, this is real. This is actually happening. I'm being rescued. I survived. They got her into the aircraft. Started medical interventions, warming blankets, IV fluids, oxygen. Someone was talking to her, asking questions. Name, age, medical history. She answered, mechanically. Her brain on autopilot while her consciousness tried to process the fact that she wasn't dying anymore. She was living. Against all odds, against all expectations. She'd survived. The helicopter lifted, carrying her away from the ice, away from the shelter, away from the place where she'd almost frozen to death after surviving everything else. Mara looked out the window, saw the empty white stretching below, and for the first time in days, maybe weeks, she didn't see ghosts, didn't see timelines, didn't see versions of herself living different lives and different possibilities. Just ice, just endless, indifferent, patient ice. And somehow, that was enough. Chapter 13. The debrief. The medical facility was too bright. That was Mara's first coherent thought after they'd warmed her up, pumped her full of antibiotics and antivirals and God knows what else, and moved her from emergency care to observation. Too bright, too white, too clean. After weeks in the Arctic, where everything was gray and dim and coated in frost, the fluorescent lights felt aggressive, hostile, like they were trying to burn away the shadows she'd gotten used to carrying. She'd been there for 3 days before they let anyone talk to her beyond medical staff. 3 days of temperature checks and neurological assessments and psychiatrists asking careful questions about her experience at the station. She'd learned quickly what not to say. Don't mention the organisms manipulating consciousness. Don't talk about timelines or fragmentation or the web. Don't use words like ceased or dissolved or paradox. Just stick to the basics. Equipment failure, environmental stress, psychological breakdown due to isolation. Let them fill in the rest with their own assumptions. It was easier that way, required less energy than arguing with people who'd already decided what was possible and what wasn't. On day 4, they brought in the consortium representative. His name was Dr. Vance. Mid-50s, expensive suit, the kind of smile that never reached his eyes. He sat across from Mara in the small observation room, still too bright, still too white, and set a tablet on the table between them. "Dr. Finch," he said, pleasant, professional. "Thank you for agreeing to speak with me. I know you've been through a traumatic experience. I'll try to keep this brief. Okay? I've reviewed the preliminary reports from the rescue team. Lieutenant Morrison indicated that you were the sole survivor from Station Karuna, that the other 4 members of your expedition were unaccounted for. Is that correct?" "Yes. Can you tell me what happened to them?" Mara met his eyes, saw the calculation there, the assessment. He wasn't asking because he didn't know. He was asking to see what she'd say, what version of events she'd commit to. She chose her words carefully. Dr. Torres had a psychological breakdown, set himself on fire. He didn't survive. Dr. Sokolov became unstable, left the station during a storm. I don't know what happened to him after that. Mr. Cato and Dr. Park. She paused, swallowed. They went outside, looking for help or supplies or something. They didn't come back. The rescue team searched the area, found nothing, so I assumed they died of exposure. Vance nodded slowly, made a note on his tablet. And you? How did you survive when the others didn't? I stayed in the emergency pod, waited for rescue. For 48 hours, alone, in extreme conditions. Yes, that's remarkable. Most people wouldn't have the psychological resilience to maintain coherence under those circumstances. The word hit her wrong. Coherence. He'd chosen it deliberately, testing her. I did what I had to do, she said flatly. Of course. And during those 48 hours, did you experience any unusual perceptions, hallucinations, auditory or visual disturbances? I was exhausted and scared. I'm sure my perceptions were affected. But nothing unusual, nothing that might suggest, he glanced at his tablet, exposure to environmental contaminants, biological agents, anything that might have affected your cognitive function? There it was, the real question, the one he'd been building toward. They knew, or suspected, that something had gotten loose at this station, something the previous expedition had found, and the consortium had sent this team back to study. Vance was trying to figure out how much Mara understood, how much she'd figured out, whether she was a liability or an asset. No, she lied. Nothing unusual, just normal stress reactions, fear, grief, isolation. I see. Another note. Dr. Finch, I want to be direct with you. The consortium takes the safety of its researchers very seriously. If there was any biological contamination at the station, any exposure to unknown pathogens or organisms, we need to know. For your health. For the health of everyone you've been in contact with since rescue. Do you understand? I understand. So I'll ask again. During your time at Station Kiruna, did you or your team encounter anything anomalous? Anything that might have posed a biological risk? Mara held his gaze, thought about Torres burning, about Kaito walking into walls, about Jenna fragmenting into nothing, about the web that had tried to consume them all. She thought about warning him, telling him the truth, insisting they bury the site and never go back. But she already knew how that would play out. They'd smile and nod and prescribe more medications, label her unreliable, unstable, traumatized. And then they'd send another team anyway, because that's what the consortium did. That's what humans did. Kept drilling, kept digging, kept looking for things that should stay buried. Nothing, she said, would stop them. So instead she said, no, we didn't encounter anything anomalous, just ice, just normal research, until the equipment failed and everything went wrong. Vance studied her for a long moment, looking for tells, for inconsistencies. Finally, he nodded. All right. Thank you for your candor, Dr. Finch. He stood, gathered his tablet. We'll be conducting a full investigation, of course, examining the wreckage of the station, trying to understand what went wrong. But for now, you should focus on recovery, physical and psychological. The consortium will cover all your medical expenses, and there will be... He paused. a substantial settlement. Compensation for your trauma and loss, assuming you're willing to sign the appropriate non-disclosure agreements. You're paying me to be quiet. We're providing support to a traumatized researcher who's been through a terrible experience. The non-disclosure is standard procedure to protect the consortium's liability, to protect your privacy, to prevent sensationalism in the media. And if I don't sign, then we'd be very concerned about your mental stability, very concerned about the reliability of your testimony. We might have to pursue involuntary psychiatric commitment. For your own safety, of course. There it was, not even disguised. Sign the papers and take the money and disappear quietly, or fight and be labeled insane. Not really a choice. I'll sign, Mara said. Excellent, Vance smiled. Still didn't reach his eyes. My assistant will bring the paperwork tomorrow. Take your time reviewing it, though I'm sure you'll find everything in order. He left. Mara sat alone in the too bright room and felt nothing. Just a dull acceptance that this was how it ended, not with revelation or justice or truth, with paperwork and settlements and non-disclosure agreements, with powerful people covering up mistakes and preparing to make them again, with her silence bought and paid for. She thought about refusing, about going public, about telling the world what they'd found in the ice, but who would believe her? She didn't even have evidence, just her word against the consortium's resources, just a traumatized scientist with documented psychological instability claiming prehistoric organisms could rewrite consciousness. She'd be dismissed, ridiculed, destroyed, and they'd go back to the ice anyway. So maybe silence was the only option. Maybe she took the money and disappeared and tried to build some kind of life with what remained of herself. Maybe that was survival, not fighting, not warning, not trying to stop the inevitable, just living, however damaged, however incomplete, just continuing. The door opened. A nurse appeared, young, cheerful, clipboard in hand. Dr. Finch, we're moving you to standard care tomorrow, which means you'll have more freedom, phone privileges, visitors if you want them. Is there anyone you'd like us to contact? Family? Friends? Mara thought about it, tried to remember who she'd had before the Arctic, before everything went wrong. My mother, she said finally, in North Dakota. I should probably call her, let her know I'm alive. Of course, I'll get your phone tomorrow. Anything else you need? No, that's enough. The nurse left. Mara lay back on the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow, she'd call her mother, figure out what to say, how to explain where she'd been, what had happened. She'd lie, probably. Say there was an accident, equipment failure, nothing unusual, nothing that would make her mother worry more than necessary. She'd sign the consortium's papers, take their money, go wherever people went when they needed to rebuild lives from fragments. She'd see the therapists, take the medications, learn to live with a brain that saw things that weren't there and remembered things that never happened. She'd survive, because that's what she did, what she'd always done, survived, even when surviving looked like surrender. The phone call with her mother lasted 17 minutes. Mara sat in the patient lounge, still too bright, but at least there were windows now, and listened to her mother cry and yell and cry some more, Why didn't you call? Why didn't you tell me where you were? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? 6 months, Mara. 6 months without a word. And then the military calls to say you were in some kind of accident. And they found you half frozen. I know, Mom. I'm sorry. I couldn't call from the station. Limited communications. And then everything happened so fast. What happened? They won't tell me anything. Just that there was an accident. And you're the only one who... Her voice broke. Were there other people? Did people die? Yeah, some people died. Oh, honey. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm okay. Mostly just tired. And they want to keep me here for observation. Make sure there's no lasting damage. Lasting damage from what? From the cold? From the stress? From... Mara stopped, tried to find words that were true without being too true. From being alone for too long. Her mother was quiet for a moment. Then, are you coming home? When they release you? Home, North Dakota. The house where Noah used to live, where his absence still hung in every room like smoke. I don't know, Mara said honestly. Maybe. For a while, I need to figure some things out. Of course, take your time. But Mara, when you do come, we need to talk about everything, about Noah, about why you left, about... I know. I miss you, honey. I miss both my kids, and I can't lose you too. So please, please come home. Let me see you. Let me know you're really okay. I will, I promise, as soon as they let me travel. Okay, good. Her mother took a shaky breath. I love you. I love you too, Mom. They hung up. Mara sat in the lounge with the dead phone in her hand and felt guilty for leaving, for disappearing, for putting her mother through that worry, for surviving when Noah hadn't, when the others hadn't, for being alive when maybe she shouldn't be. Dr. Finch, she looked up. Lieutenant Morrison stood in the doorway, out of uniform now, civilian clothes, a visitor's badge clipped to his shirt. Morrison, hey, you're okay? Mostly. Frostbite on 3 toes. They might have to amputate, but alive. Thanks to you. Thanks to me? You kept talking, in the shelter, kept us conscious. The medic said if we'd all fallen asleep, we'd have died. But you stayed awake, kept Morrison talking, kept me focused. So, yeah, thanks. Mara didn't remember that. Didn't remember keeping anyone awake. But maybe she had. Maybe that was another thing she'd lost. Reliable memory of recent events. You're welcome, she said. How's the pilot? The medic? Pilot didn't make it. Died before we got back to the facility. Medics touch and go. Still in ICU, but fighting. Morrison sat down across from her. I wanted to ask you something, if that's okay. Sure. In the pod, before rescue came. You said some things that didn't make sense, about organisms, about webs, about your team fragmenting, and I've been thinking about it, trying to figure out if you were delirious or if I was delirious, Mara interrupted. Hypothermic, exhausted, not making sense. That's what I figured, but then the consortium came to interview me, asked me a lot of questions about what you said, about whether I saw anything unusual at the station site, and they seemed, I don't know, too interested, too specific, like they were looking for something. They're doing their investigation, trying to understand what went wrong. Yeah, but Mara, he leaned forward. I've done enough rescue operations to know when something's wrong, when people are hiding something. And whatever happened at that station, it wasn't normal. Wasn't just equipment failure and psychological stress. something else happened. Something they don't want people to know about. Mara looked at him, saw the same thing she'd seen in Vance's eyes. Calculation, assessment, trying to figure out what she knew and whether she'd tell. But Morrison's assessment was different, not predatory, just curious, concerned. He wanted to understand, not to exploit, just to know. She almost told him, almost said, "We found organisms that could manipulate consciousness. They built a web between our minds and showed us timelines that might have existed. They consumed my team and damaged me permanently. And the consortium knew. They sent us there deliberately." But she didn't, because telling him wouldn't help, would just put him in danger, make him a target. The consortium didn't want witnesses, didn't want people asking questions. Better to let him think she was traumatized, delusional, unreliable. Better to keep him safe through ignorance. "You're right," she said carefully. "Something happened. Something I don't fully understand, and the consortium doesn't want me talking about it. They're paying me to be quiet, to sign papers and disappear, and I'm going to do that because I don't have a choice, and neither do you. So I should just, what? Forget about it? Pretend I didn't see you half frozen and raving about consciousness-eating parasites? Yes, that's exactly what you should do, for your own safety, for your family's safety. Let it go, Morrison, please." He studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Okay, I'll let it go. But, Mara, if you ever want to talk, really talk off the record, you have my number. The nurses have it. Just don't carry this alone. Whatever happened, don't let it eat you from the inside. "Too late," she said quietly. "But thanks." Morrison stood, hesitated, then put his hand on her shoulder. Brief, awkward, but genuine. "Take care of yourself, Dr. Finch." "You too." He left. Mara sat alone in the lounge and watched people pass by in the hallway, doctors, nurses, patients, all of them living normal lives, experiencing normal problems, existing in a consensus reality where prehistoric organisms didn't rewrite consciousness and timelines stayed theoretical. She envied them, not their ignorance, just their certainty, their ability to trust their own perceptions, to believe that what they remembered actually happened, to exist singularly without questioning whether other versions of themselves were living different lives and different possibilities. Simple existence, coherent existence, something she'd never have again. But maybe that was okay. Maybe she could learn to live with it, the uncertainty, the damage, the ghosts. Maybe surviving meant accepting that some wounds didn't heal. They just existed, became part of you, changed you permanently. And you had to live with the changed version, had to figure out what that person could do, could be, could become, even if it wasn't who you'd been before, even if you could never go back. Epilogue. The Frost remembers. 6 months later, Mara stood in a bathroom in Ann Arbor and stared at the mirror, not at her reflection, at the frost. It was November. The heating in her apartment worked fine. The bathroom was warm. Too warm, actually. She'd been meaning to adjust the thermostat. But there was frost on the mirror. Just a thin rime, barely visible, forming patterns that looked almost organic, almost like... She reached up, wiped it away with her sleeve. The glass was warm, room temperature. No reason for frost to form, but it had. She stood there for a long moment, hand on the mirror, feeling the warmth, telling herself it was nothing. Condensation. A trick of light. Normal? It wasn't normal. She knew that. But she'd gotten good at lying to herself over the past 6 months, at pretending the damage wasn't as bad as it was, at functioning. The therapist helped. Dr. Chen. Mid-40s, kind eyes. The sort of person who actually listened instead of just waiting for symptoms to check off on a form. They met twice a week, worked through things. Mara told her some of it. The isolation, the deaths, the survivor's guilt, the way her memory had become unreliable. She didn't mention the organisms, didn't mention timelines or webs or consciousness fragmenting across possibility. Dr. Chen diagnosed her with PTSD, prescribed medications that helped with the nightmares. That made it easier to sleep without seeing all the versions of herself that might have existed. And mostly Mara was okay. She'd signed the consortium's papers, taken their money, deposited it in an account she tried not to think about. Blood money, hush money, whatever you wanted to call it. She'd gone home to North Dakota for 2 weeks, sat with her mother in that house that still smelled like Noah, talked about him, really talked, for the first time since his death. Her mother had photos, stories, details Mara had forgotten or misremembered. They'd built a version of Noah together, mother and daughter, reconstructing a dead boy from shared memories. It helped, a little. Not enough to make the guilt go away, but enough to carry it differently, to accept that she'd failed him and survived him and had to live with both of those truths simultaneously. After North Dakota, she'd come back to Michigan, rented a small apartment near campus. Not teaching. She wasn't ready for that, might never be ready for that, but auditing classes, sitting in the back of lecture halls, remembering what it felt like to learn things that made sense, that followed rules, that existed in consensus reality. She avoided the news, avoided anything about the Arctic, about research stations, about the consortium. But sometimes, late at night when she couldn't sleep, she'd search, just to see if they'd gone back, if there'd been another expedition. She never found anything definitive. The consortium was good at secrecy, good at burying information, but she suspected, knew really, they'd gone back, or would go back, eventually, because humans never learned. She wiped the frost from the mirror again. It reformed immediately. Thin white lines spreading across the glass like veins, like neural pathways, like the maps the web used to make of their consciousness. "No," she said aloud, firm. "You're dead. I killed you. You're not here." The frost pulsed, just once, so faint she might have imagined it, then stopped growing. Mara turned away, left the bathroom, closed the door. In the kitchen she made coffee, the cheap kind, instant, terrible. But it tasted real, tasted like something she could trust. Her laptop sat on the small table, still closed. She'd been avoiding it all morning, but she couldn't avoid it forever. She opened it, pulled up her email. 3 new messages from Dr. Chen's office. Appointment reminders. She'd answer those later. One from her mother, just checking in, making sure she was eating, making sure she was okay. She'd answer that one too, later. And one, flagged as urgent, from an address she didn't recognize. The subject line said, "Station Kiruna, confidential." Mara's stomach dropped. She almost deleted it, almost closed the laptop and walked away. But her hand moved without permission. Clicked. The email opened. "Dr. Finch? You don't know me, but I know what happened at Station Kiruna. I was part of the team sent to investigate the site after your rescue. What we found or didn't find raises questions that the consortium doesn't want answered. I've been removed from the project, reassigned, but before that happened, I managed to extract some data from the ruins. Core samples, tissue samples, documentation that suggests the previous expedition, the one 3 years ago, made a discovery they couldn't contain. The same discovery you made. I don't know what to do with this information, but I know can't sit on it. People need to know. The scientific community needs to know. And I think you might be the only person who'd understand what this means. What we're dealing with. Can we talk? Securely? Off the record? I'll understand if you don't respond. If you want nothing to do with this. But if you do, if you're willing to help, then maybe we can stop them. Stop the consortium from going back. From releasing it again. Please consider it. Dr. Sarah Morrison. Yes, relation to Lieutenant Morrison. He's my brother. He told me about you, about what you said in the pod. Mara read it twice, then a third time. Her hands were shaking. This was the thing she'd been dreading. The call back. The pull toward the thing she'd survived. The chance to fight instead of hiding. She could delete it. Block the address. Pretend she'd never seen it. Go back to her therapy sessions and her instant coffee and her small safe life in Ann Arbor, where the only frost she saw was the kind her damaged brain produced. Or she could respond. Could meet with this Dr. Morrison. Could look at the data. Could try to what? Stop the consortium? Warn people? Make them understand that some things should stay buried? She'd tried that already. It hadn't worked, but maybe with evidence. With someone else who'd seen, who believed. Maybe it could work. Or maybe she'd just get herself killed, or worse, get sent back to that place, back to the ice, back to the organisms that had already damaged her once. Her finger hovered over the delete button. She thought about Noah, about how he'd walked into the lake because he couldn't handle the noise, the weight, the impossibility of continuing. She thought about Torres, choosing fire, choosing control over chaos. She thought about Cato, walking into the wall, choosing the comfortable lie. She thought about Jenna, fragmenting, ceasing, being brave enough to be the poison that saved someone else. She thought about all of them, all the people who'd made choices that led to endings, and she thought about herself. Mara Finch, 34 years old, damaged but alive, carrying ghosts, seeing things that weren't there, the last survivor, the only one who knew. She moved her finger away from delete, started typing a response. Dr. Morrison, yes, we should talk. But not here, not in writing, and not anywhere the consortium might be watching. I'll find you. Give me a week. And Dr. Morrison, be careful. They don't want this information public. They'll do whatever it takes to keep it quiet. Whatever it takes. Monsieur Finch. She hit send before she could second-guess herself. Closed the laptop. Sat in her small kitchen with her terrible coffee and listened to the heating system click on. And underneath it, so faint she might have been imagining it, she heard something else. A hum, low, rhythmic, patient. The same hum she'd heard in the station, in the pod, in her dreams. The sound of something ancient, something waiting, something that knew she'd come back, eventually, inevitably, because that's what humans did. They came back. They kept drilling. They kept looking for answers even when the answers were dangerous. Mara stood up, walked to the bathroom, looked at the mirror. The frost had spread, covered the entire surface now, and in the patterns, if she looked closely, if she let her focus soften, she could almost see faces. Torres, Kaido, Ilya, Jenna, all of them, watching her from inside the ice, waiting, not threatening, not malevolent, just there, present. Real or not real, she'd never know, but there. Okay, she said quietly, to them, to herself, to whatever part of her consciousness was still connected to the web that had died but left traces. Okay, I hear you. I'll go back. I'll try to stop them. I'll do what I can. The faces in the frost didn't change, didn't smile, didn't acknowledge. They just watched. And Mara, damaged, haunted, barely holding on to coherence, watched back, then turned away. She had a week to prepare, a week to figure out how to meet with Dr. Morrison without the consortium finding out. A week to decide if she was brave enough or stupid enough to fight something that had already consumed her once. A week to choose surrender or resistance, safety or truth, silence or screaming into the void. She had survived this long by choosing survival. Maybe it was time to choose something else, even if it killed her, even if it meant going back to the ice, even if it meant facing the organisms again, the web, the timelines, the impossible memories that had broken her and changed her and left her seeing things that shouldn't exist. Maybe some things were worth dying for, or maybe she was just tired of running. She grabbed her phone, started making plans, and in the bathroom mirror, covered in frost that shouldn't be there, forming patterns that looked too much like consciousness mapped across possibility, something pulsed, once, faint, patient, waiting, because the ice remembered, the organisms remembered, and they knew she'd be back. The end. Author's note. Thank you for staying with Mara through her journey into the ice and back again. The frost remembers, but so do we. Sweet dreams. The Midnight Narrator.